All right, thank you for having me. My name is Sarah Cahotis. I'm presenting this paper today, which is joint with my student, Katie Liu. I'm going to let you read this quote while I do a little intro, and then you'll see how it becomes relevant. The first thing I want to let you know is that today I'm going to be talking about the consequences of faculty sexual misconduct, and it's possible that people in this room have experienced faculty sexual misconduct. So I wanted to let everybody know that while we are discussing the topic, I'm not going to be going into any details about the specifics of any incidents or exactly what went on. And I also just wanted to acknowledge the shared experiences of people in this room. So as I said, this work is joint with Katie Liu, and let's get going. As you all are probably well aware, academic sexual misconduct is widespread. Specific fields, archaeology, anthropology, social work, there's been surveys that show very high levels of misconduct, especially for cases in the field or with trainees. A recent survey that tried to be comprehensive of over 30 campuses found that 19% of young people in college experienced some form of sexual misconduct, and faculty perpetrators accounted for 11% of those incidents. So obviously that's a small proportion of any of the misconduct that college students experience, but to me I think that is particularly egregious because of the abuse of power that comes with a person in authority taking advantage of that position. In the lab sciences, where somebody comes in to work in a lab with a PI, this is a particularly relevant problem because there's less ways to get out of a situation with a particular supervisor. And women in the sciences at the graduate level report experiencing sexual harassment, typically from their PI at levels of 20 to 50%. Lest you think I would leave my own institution out, this is some reporting from the Michigan Daily talking about an incident in the music and theater and dance department. And something to highlight is that the news of this story was broken by the Michigan Daily, and student newspapers are really a hero in this story, bringing a lot of these incidents to light. So what do we know about institutions and how students respond and how institutions respond? There's been some research out there that doesn't necessarily look only at faculty sexual misconduct, but looks at scandals in general, which includes faculty sexual misconduct, as well as cheating, crime, other things like that. In general, people have found that there is a small decline in applications that then picks back up after a few years, and there's no difference in enrollment. There is a paper that looks at Title IX cases in specifically finding that after a Title IX case, this is typically student-to-student misconduct that becomes known, applications actually increase, which they interpret as the idea that any press is good press. Just getting your name out there gets people more aware of the institution. Using the same source of data that I'm going to talk about shortly, there is some research on what happens to perpetrators, finding that, probably shocking nobody, that there is no difference, that senior scholars have fewer employment consequences than junior scholars if they have been accused and found responsible for one of these incidents, and also that perpetrators' work is less cited after the incident. Is that iPad supposed to tell me how much time I have left? It's not telling me anything, so I'm going to interpret that as I have infinite time. Okay. All right. So this brings me back to the quote that I brought up at the beginning of the talk which is the idea that if you look only at the institution level, you're missing a margin by which students can respond to this type of misconduct, namely changing their area of study. So leaving their chosen path to go to a different one, or never entering that path in the first place because they know that they might encounter misconduct. Either they're worried about experiencing it directly or worried about reputational consequences or something like that. So the idea here is, how do we shift from thinking about, okay, what about the research that this so-called genius produced and what happens if we have consequences for that person, and to shift and start thinking about, okay, what does the existence of this misconduct do to the pipeline of future people who could be involved in this field who may be deterred because of the incidence of misconduct. So I'm going to ask, to what extent do reports of faculty sexual misconduct affect degree completion within the field where the perpetrator is housed, and does that differ over time and by gender? And then also, do those shifts in major, which are induced, end up increasing gender segregation in majors, and does this affect potential earnings for the young people who are affected? I'm going to bring together two data sources to do that. So one is IPEDS, the Integrated Post-Secondary Education Data System from the US Department of Education. Just a shout out that this was a data set that has been produced for many, many years, and hopefully will be continued to be produced, but you never know. And this has the number of graduates by institution, gender, and major from the 80s until basically the present. It also has institution characteristics, and I'm able to link that to the college scorecard and other sources of information on earnings associated with institutions and majors in order to get some measure of predicted earnings. I'm going to link that to the Academic Sexual Misconduct Database, ASMD. This is a database begun by Julie Lebarkin, who is a professor at MSU. And it's a systematic catalog of internet searches of misconduct from the 70s to the present. It only uses publicly available information and has been used in research elsewhere. So a little bit about this, because I'm sure you're interested. I found out about this by reading Inside Higher Ed, so read your trade press. And the ASMD began as a catalog of anecdotes, sort of in the Me Too era of individuals reporting their own experiences. And then, probably because of legal liability reasons, it became a systematic search protocol with only verified publicly known cases involving faculty, administration, staff, and coaches. So into this database, which anybody can go find on the internet, you can download the link to the information source, the name of the individual who was the perpetrator, the institution, their academic field, the resolution, and the resolution year. So I went and downloaded that over the years. But it turns out that's not all the information that you would need, so we had to supplement that. But first I will tell you that it's important to acknowledge that the ASMD is only going to be the tip of the iceberg. This has verified, publicly known reports. There's going to be more misconduct going on. We argue that this is the right thing to focus on because students need to know that the misconduct has occurred in order to respond to it. Of course, there may be whisper networks and other ways of information getting conveyed, but a public report is the most convincing way for people to learn about this. So we should say that our estimate is in reference to the public report of an incident, not the existence of an incident itself. In a few cases, in a majority of cases, we know the timing of the incident itself, and so we can test to see if people respond to the incident rather than the public report, though often it is somewhat vague. In the spring of such and such, a few years ago, as reported in the news article, as opposed to having a specific date for a news article. We don't know the extent to which public reports undercount the actual instances of misconduct. Just to put it in perspective, though, again, we have no way of knowing, there is a study of one state in 2015 that had about 1,000 reports to Title IX offices. So that's going to not just include faculty misconduct, but also student-to-student misconduct. Of that, about a quarter of those interactions with the Title IX office became official complaints, of which less than half were substantiated. And so many people who contact, and those are only the cases that get elevated to somebody contacting the Title IX office. In many cases, the situation is resolved with counseling or referral to resources as opposed to an official report. And in some cases, that is the desire of the person who is reporting. So I can't say how much, but I am confident that there is more misconduct going on than rises to the public report. I'm going to talk about that right now. So what gets included in this database? It has to be a person in a supervisory role, so faculty, administrator, researcher, engaging in sexual harassment, assault, misconduct, stalking, violation of campus policies around dating or pornography interactions with students. And then there needs to be qualifying evidence. And so that can be a finding of responsibility. A decision-making process in these cases does not often involve a finding of guilt, as in a court of law, but an administrative process can find somebody responsible. So if there is a finding of responsibility, if the person leaves their job after this report, that is taken to mean that there is qualifying evidence. If there is electronic communications that substantiate the case, if there is a court finding of guilt or a court settlement, and if the perpetrator dies, those are all taken as qualifying evidence. There are several cases of perpetrators dying of suicide during the time that these cases take place. So if none of those sources of information arise, then you do not get put in the database. And there are some cases that are in the database but have not become sort of official entries until the resolution happens, because a resolution could happen and the person be found not responsible. So these are the sort of cases. Any or more than one of these criterion means that you qualify, and then you're included in the database. So what did we do with those cases? We searched again for every single one of these cases, because what we needed was not just, did this happen, but we wanted the public revelation of when it happened. So when was the first case made known? When was this case first made known? As opposed to the date of the resolution, which was what was collected in the ASMD. So we confirm or correct everything. We use the exact same information that was used to do the search in the first place, though we do some extra web sleuthing in cases where it wasn't apparent what academic field the perpetrator was associated with. We find that. And then we are collecting the date of public revelation, the date of the incident if it is known, the gender of the perpetrator and the victim, whether or not the victim was a student, and if so, were they an undergraduate or a graduate. This also includes some cases where other faculty or staff are the victims, and then how much news coverage took place. And we'll talk a little bit more about each of those things. Here are some sample articles, one from the Hartford Courant, that's from 1996, and then this one is from BuzzFeed from 2016. And so you will see that articles like this are, it's not uncommon to see an article like this in the press, both in local press and in more specialized press. As you can see, during the time period that the ASMD covers, incidents have increased over time. That is likely a factor of multiple things, so not necessarily the existence of the incidents in the first place, but whether or not it is reported and whether or not it has that verified evidence. The big peak that you see there comes from 2018, sort of post the Harvey Weinstein revelation. And then you see the decline afterwards. Part of that probably has something to do with COVID, so fewer in-person interactions, maybe a breakdown of reporting systems, and also sort of this sort of pent-up demand for reporting that came out at that time. It's also the case that there are still cases that are pending that are going to feed into those more recent years but have not yet been verified. What are the majors where cases come from? There are two things that seems to really come behind a major having a lot of incidents. So one is being a large major, so things like biology, English, psychology. If you have a lot of humans, there are a lot of interactions and a potential for interactions to go badly. Everybody wants to know where economics is. It's 11 incidents. It's in the middle there. So while we are not known for covering ourselves in glory when it comes to gender relations, I guess we're sort of in the middle of the field when it comes to the number of incidents. That's true. The other case where there are a lot of very high reports, theater, music, anthropology. So these are cases where there is a lot of one-on-one interaction between faculty members and students, and in some cases there's interactions that happen outside of the classroom, in a practice room, in a theater, on site, on field, and so then you can think about there being the potential for more misconduct to happen in those cases. Yes?
Why exclude the faculty on faculty misconduct? Because if it was to be made public, it could also affect me to think, that this is a place where misconduct happens and I could leave the major.
So, I'll show you the line in my robustness table that includes it. So we do include it. I don't know if you all remember being a college student, but like the activities of faculty were in general sort of distant from the daily experiences of students in school. And so our thought was to sort of focus on like what is the most salient to a student, what would be relevant to them. And that's why we end up focusing on the cases with the students as well. And then it's not the case that somebody can say, oh, this is just dating gone wrong. There's like a clear violation of a faculty-student relationship.
We also don't have coaches.
We don't have coaches because we can't associate them with an academic field. And so we're looking at the major specific response. And so University of Michigan certainly has its issues in that area. So because we can't associate that with the one department is why we've excluded coaches and administrators as well, where University of Michigan has also not distinguished itself. So I saw the mic go out for another question. Anna?
They can go first.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Yeah. So reporting is likely to internalize the culture in the place. In other words, in departments where you think your report won't be taken seriously, you're less likely to report. Are you able to account for this? Because this could flip the whole thing round.
Yeah, so we only know of the reports that exist. We don't know of reports that have not been verified, have not gone through this process. So it certainly is a selected sample, and the institutions that have reports are different from institutions that don't have reports. I'll show you that in a little bit. And so we do some matching to account for the type of institutions where we're likely to see a report. And all of our analysis looks at sort of within major changes. So if we think that's associated with a specific major, we're accounting for that there. We can't account for the sort of idiosyncrasies of this department as opposed to that department.
I just have a clarifying question. Do you know if like the more prominent cases of people being shamed for sexual misconduct leads college students to maybe be more empowered to report on it Is that something you guys can look at the back end?
So we haven't looked at that directly. I think just the descriptive fact that we saw a lot of cases post the Harvey Weinstein, 2017 is an indication that there is like a public, this rising to public attention does make a difference. A downside of what we're doing by comparing within major across institutions means if there's like a national thing, something that makes it to the front of the New York Times, that's going to depress both the institution specific, but potentially also the neighboring institution. If there's an incident at Harvard, then maybe the folks at Tufts also say, neuroscience isn't for me or whatever it is. So that, if anything, we think is depressing our findings. And as I'll show you later, we actually find that the magnitude of the response is larger in cases where there is less news, which actually implies that, in the higher news cases, there's a level of national response that we can't pick up because we're doing this based on the internal.
Sarah, with response to one of the previous questions, you should say that these are, after some period, they're all Title IX cases. So they're not going to a particular department. They're going to the Title IX office.
They are not necessarily Title IX cases.
They're not,
So
necessarily. That's right.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
in many cases,
Yeah.
they
Yes.
are, and
Yes.
therefore they're not going to a particular department.
Yeah, right. Okay, yes, I see what you're saying. Who is educating this? It's not the individual department that educates it. It is the university as a whole, and then if you make a police report, that process as a whole. Yeah, so 57% of our cases have multiple victims that are reported. It's highly likely that those where there's only one reported case also have additional victims. All right, so let me tell you more, and then we'll take a breather in a second and come back to questions. Shocking, nobody in this room. Over 96% of the perpetrators are men, but there is a small number of female perpetrators in the data set. The vast majority of the victims are women, so 89% of them, but there are some cases where there are male victims, 6.6%, and some cases where there are both male and female victims. The majority of cases that are reported and are in the database, over 80 cases, involve student victims, and then about 17% are faculty or staff are the victims, and we show what happens when you add those or not. As I mentioned, the majority of cases have multiple reported victims, and a little bit more than 40% have only one identified victim, but the likelihood of there being other victims in that case is very high. It's also the case that not only do perpetrators have more than one victim, there's also cases of departments having incidents of clustered bad behavior, either repeated incidents in the same department or a number of incidents that come to light at the same time in the same department. You might remember this happening at Dartmouth recently. Berkeley School of Music has had that, University of Colorado Philosophy's department. So about 17% of the cases have some sort of clustered incident. About half the cases have 1 to 4 news articles, and then about 20% end up with 10 or more news articles. And there's a small number of cases, usually early cases, that only have court documentation that's available. So it's still a public record, but maybe something that is less well known. The most common outcome for a perpetrator is that they're no longer employed, and many things, and talking with people who have been in administrative positions, often this ends with you are leaving and there's a non-disclosure agreement, and nobody is going to say anything about this. So that's the most common thing that happens. There are cases where there's a warning or training or something like that, and in some cases, about 8% of cases, there's a court judgment. Yes, all of this is for the substantiated cases that are in the database. So we don't know what isn't there in the database.
If you have a question, raise your hand so that my assistant can give you the microphone, or else the people in the millions of people listening to this will not hear you.
Okay, so as I mentioned, the institutions that ever have a report in the ASMD, that's column 3 here, are different than the institutions overall. They're more likely to be selective. They are more likely to have graduate programs. There really isn't a difference, though, in terms of the percent of women on campus, and they tend to be larger institutions. The differences here could be both about where these incidents happen. It can be about where they get reported, and also sort of the likelihood of reporting given that they happen. As you can see, I have some comparison institutions which look more like the EVER ASMD sample than the all or the never, and we'll talk more about where those come from in a couple of slides. All right, so what we going to do here? We're going to use variation in when and where misconduct happens, when it becomes public, I should say, when it is revealed, to look at how exposure to knowledge of that incident happening affects degree completion within the field of the perpetrator. So again, this is about the public report of misconduct, not the existence of misconduct per se. So students can only respond to what they know. It does mean that the comparison departments are both going to include departments that have no public report, so that's going to be departments where there is private misconduct going on, as well as departments where there is no misconduct. A challenge in doing this is the literature that everybody has been exposed to over the past 5 or 6 years in differences. This is a long panel. We're worried about how responses evolve over time and how the estimators that are traditionally used can be biased when you see that difference in response over time. So we're trying to avoid contaminated comparisons comparing to institutions that also have public revelations. So the solution, and there are many solutions we can talk about, but the one that we focus on here is a stacked event study. And I'll tell you how we do that. We start with an institution that has a reported incident, and we take the data that happens 8 years before that and 8 years after that. So we have this sort of chunk of data for that institution that had the reported incident in a specific major. And then we sort of have as the pool for potential comparison institutions, all the never treated institutions that have the same major and same years. Again, never treated means no public report. And then we're going to do some propensity score matching to make the institutions in the comparison group look more similar to the institutions in the treated group. So we're going to restrict to these high propensity comparisons. So we're only going to keep those, and then we're going to sort of create what we call a stack that is a data set for that particular report. And then we're going to create those for every single report, each with their own field and own timing. They each get their own data set. And then we're going to aggregate all of those together to be our stacked data set. So each case gets its own set of comparisons that are matched comparisons that are never treated. So there's no chance for sort of contamination in the comparison group. And we're going to have institution by data set and year by data set fixed effects. Each stack is weighted by the share of treated observations. That's just going to, because each stack is an individual incident, that's just going to weight by the length of the panel. And our standard errors are going to be clustered by institution by field. And by construction, all of those comparisons happen within the same major. So if, for example, we're worried about the rise of computer science over time and that obscuring what is going on in some of these departments, all of the comparisons are comparing within major. We don't have a major fixed effect because of how this is constructed. The data set fixed effect sort of is that major fixed effect. And then we have several different comparison groups that we are considering. So one is from this propensity score at the institution by major level. We include all the characteristics that were in this table here, as well as sort of the growth of the major and in that field. We have an alternative comparison group, which is where we do something very similar, but at the institution rather than the institution by major level. And then we also look at the not yet treated and never treated same majors in ever treated institutions. So if you have an institution that has an incident in philosophy, we throw out your philosophy, but we'll take your other incidents in other departments. And then we do a little matching in there to compare between similar groups. The idea here is not that incidents are random, just that these comparisons form a plausible counterfactual for how growth of that major would have evolved over time, or decline of that major would have evolved over time in the absence of the public report of misconduct. If we think that comparison academic fields also have incidents that people respond to and are moving away from, that's going to bias our estimate towards zero, because that's going to be depressing degree completions in that field in a comparison institution. Here is just the event study that we are going to estimate. I'm not going to belabor it given the time. So the same thing that we saw before, we're going to look at how the effects evolve before and after. Something that we do is we aggregate the estimates using a comparative interrupted time series. So that's a little different from a difference in difference. Basically, we fit a trend beforehand and a trend after time and look at how these evolve over time. This is for statistical power reasons. These are rare events. The event study on its own is underpowered, and aggregating for the SITs gives us some more statistical power.
I'm wondering how you think about pre-trends in this context, because it wouldn't be surprising if through word of mouth you did see some anticipatory effect, but at the same time, of course, then it's hard to diagnose whether there's also a pre-trend issue.
So what I can say is empirically we don't see pre-trends, and then when we re-estimate using the incident year for I think it's like 93% of cases, from reading the news articles, we were able to extract something about the timing of when the incident happened. The effects disappear if you do it based on the incident year. So we don't think these whisper networks are super active, that it really is the public revelation. And I think the whisper networks probably are active, but just at a small scale that we can't pick up in our data. We don't have a jump term in this SITS because we think the response evolves linearly. That's because people who are just about to graduate have very little opportunity to change their academic field, and so it takes some time to see the effects come in, as you'll see shortly. Though for a few of our outcomes at the institution level, we do introduce that jump term just because it seems like it fits the data level better. The institution level outcomes aren't differentiated by major, so we collapse to the institution level. And we have to use our alternative comparison group of propensity matched institutions because we are at the institution level. Otherwise, we have the same event study and same fixed effects, though we aren't limiting comparisons to the same academic field. And we're going to cluster our standard errors at the institution level. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to show you is a big nothing. This is institution level outcomes for application, enrollment, and degree completion. There's no change in any of them that's statistically significant, either with the SITS or with the individual event studies. This is totally consistent with what we've seen in prior research, where we don't see a response from the public revelation at the institution level. But we do see a decline when we start to look at the in-field degrees. So here I have the institution level degrees on your left and the in-field degrees on your right. This is the whole time period. And just zooming in on those in-field degrees is where we start to see that decline over time. And if you look at, as a summary statistic, I'm looking at the impact 4 years after the incident is publicly revealed, and so there's a decline of 4.8%, which is marginally statistically significant. Yes, Emily?
So 2 questions. One is, are the standard errors kind of expanding on the ends because it's an unbalanced panel? Okay.
Yes.
Just sanity check. And then question number 2, I'm wondering, to help with precision, is if you could get almost a weighted estimate where you weight by how often the faculty member has interacted with, say, freshman year students. So you can imagine some random dude who advises 5 students, who cares, but if they teach a 300-person intro class, I've heard of the guy, I'm much more likely to switch. And so it'd be interesting to see if that exposure matters.
Yeah. So we don't have that like fine-grained information about faculty in our data, but we could think about ways to proxy for it. I'm going to continue forward just because of my time being limited. What happens next is we were thinking about, okay, like what is driving this? What is different over time? Is there a difference between early incidents and later incidents? We end up splitting our time to 2015 and after, and 2014 and before. Some of you might remember presidential election in 2015, the campaign in 2015, where misconduct towards women became very prominent, and then the Me Too movement happening publicly. So that's where we got our split. It also is convenient because then we have a long enough panel in the second period to look at that full-time period. But we end up seeing basically no impact in the beginning of our panel. But when you focus on what we're calling the Me Too era is where you see a larger decline, and the sort of total impact after 4 years comes to a decline of 9% in terms of degree completions. I should say all of this is in log points, so in log terms. Women and men tend to experience this overall decline in similar ways. My prior was that women would have a bigger decline than men, but that turned out not to be true. The decline for women is 9%. The decline for men is 8.6%, though a little less precise there. Okay, so what is driving this greater response in recent years? Has something sort of changed? Or is it about sort of a change in mores that is happening with the Me Too movement, a change in how people respond and how people consider sexual misconduct? It is the case that consequence severity has increased over time, so there's more likely to be serious consequences. It's also the case that more serious incidents have more serious consequences. It is the case that students respond more to the more serious consequence cases, but that only happens in the recent period. So that points us towards maybe there is something different going on in that recent period in terms of how people respond. It is the case that there's more news coverage in the recent period, but something that we observe is that, and though this is not statistically significant, if anything, we see greater response to the lower news coverage events, which again we think is because the high news coverage events are suppressing completions in that field more globally, and so our comparison institutions are suppressed as well. And we don't see a difference in terms of response by the number of victims. So another thing that we look at is whether this is sort of driven by the department, and like maybe this is a mechanical thing that is happening because the department has fewer faculty than it did before. So basically we look at the difference between small departments and large departments. We define a small department as under 40 degree completions. That's about the 75th percentile of average graduates across years. And in the early period, we see a larger response in the smaller departments. So this is, in the early period is when we see no overall response. There is a response in these smaller departments, which is consistent with either there being more active information sharing at that time, or there being this mechanical capacity constraint. In the recent period, we don't see any differences between large and small departments. The response there is the same in terms of declines in degree completion, which to us is suggesting that whatever is driving this difference where the more recent period is where we see more response, it's not just a factor of faculty capacity. Okay, so where do students go if they are leaving their chosen majors? We see that they are more likely to exit majors dominated by men, and that is the panel on the right there. Interestingly, the people who leave the male-dominated majors are men more so than women. We see a greater response among men in terms of leaving male-dominated majors. And our data can't speak to why that happens. Is this about reputational consequences and not wanting to get lumped in? Is this about awareness? Is this about, just consciousness raising? Unclear what is happening. Please.
It might be that it's easier to switch from majors dominated by men. Like, okay, you're switching, say, from physics to maybe, I don't know, physical chemistry or whatever, than it is maybe if you're doing history to want to switch to English. I'm just, maybe as a possibility.
Or from history to physics. So yeah. So that's actually an excellent point that I hadn't thought of before. So thank you for that. I think that is likely true, and we can probably get some traction on that. Because I only have 6 minutes left, I'm going to bust on forward. So we think that this should have consequences in terms of the predicted earnings of young people, because it is the case that male-dominated majors tend to have higher expected earnings. You can see computer science and engineering there. I highly recommend nursing as a career for women. My husband is a nurse, and just random fact, male nurses actually get paid more than female nurses, even in nursing, but that's a great career. This one dot up there is basically like medical school, but we have very few medical programs at the undergrad level, which is why it's there. So you see this pretty strong gradient. But when you look at predicted earnings, whether we either look at 5 years out using the college scorecard or at predicted lifetime earnings using Doug Weber has a great table of this that looks by major, there's no impact on earnings. And that's because while we do see people shifting out of these high-earning male-dominated majors, they go, in some cases, to relatively high-earning majors. So we see a decline in STEM, but we see an increase in business and econ. The other place we see a very clear decline is in the arts. And as you might remember, that's where we see sort of a disproportionate response. It's also the case that the arts are very poorly paying fields. So basically what we see is people are willing to give up both highly compensated careers and also their creative pursuits to avoid the potential of encountering this type of misconduct. Did you have a question? No. Okay.
Oh, quick question. So you had something about, I'm loud. You had something about male-dominated majors.
Yeah.
Did you at all think about the composition of the faculty themselves?
We did, and but we don't have that information at a granular level for fields by institutions. We could probably do something at the field that just categorize the fields.
You might get AARC data.
Yes.
Might have that.
Yeah. So no, that would be great. It may also be that we don't see a lot of variation there because even, I taught at an ed school for many years and somehow we still manage to have more men in the room than women. All right, so just to make you a little more confident in what I've showed you here, a few robustness checks at the end. We do a randomization inference procedure where we basically take each of our stacks, we remove the treated case, and then we randomly choose another case to be the incident. I should say there's the idea that standard errors might over-reject when there's a small number of treated institutions. So we do that, we do 100 permutations of doing that, and it turns out randomization inference confirms the cluster robust results, and if anything, our results are sort of more statistically significant when we do the randomization inference. You'll see that our estimates are in the tail of the distribution. This is the estimate, and that's the t-statistic. As I've mentioned before, it's not known for 892. It's known for 92% of incidents. So timing is known for 92% of the incidents. About 8% occur in the same year as the report, 20% 1 year prior, and another quarter 2 to 3 years prior. And then there's just a long tail of when the incidents become known. Otherwise, some become known like a decade later. So we just shift.
It'll be so fast.
Yeah.
So can you rule out that this is, because it's driven by the timing of when it becomes publicly known, which is closer to the timing of consequences, can you rule out that this is just like losing a faculty member is bad for departmental health?
That's what we tried to do with the department size idea, that, seeing the same response in small and large departments means that a large department has a better chance of recovering from that, a small department doesn't, and in recent years, we didn't see a difference. So we don't see any response to the incident itself, only to the public revelation.
So you mentioned previously something about the seriousness of the consequences.
Yes.
That's a seriousness of the consequence to the
Yes.
perpetrator.
Yes.
Because one view of the world is that, oh, we figured out who the bad apple is.
Yes.
The person
Yes.
left the department, now everything is good. Of course, the other
Yeah.
interpretation is that, this is a bad environment, and,
Yeah.
even if we got rid of one bad apple, there could still be a lot of other.
Oh, and so another interpretation also, like, about the difference in gender that we see is maybe that, like, women have a greater expectation of misconduct going on, and thus they're more resilient to it happening, so they
But I didn't
do.
understand what the,
Yeah.
the heterogeneity by seriousness of the conflict.
Okay, well,
consequence was.
we do see, like, greater response to the more severe incidents or severe outcomes in the more recent period. It's not statistically significant. It is present. I have 24 seconds, so two things I want to say. So one is the muted response to the incident itself. I don't want anybody to take that to mean we should not have public reports. We should have public reports because the direct harm to individuals is more important than any changes to the majors that young people might have. We do a bunch of different robustness checks, and they're awesome. You can look at them in the paper. And we just wanted to end with the idea that by expanding sort of a vision of the consequences of these incidents, we can see consequences that are not apparent when you look at the macro level, and that it is, like, very important to think about those consequences and the futures that young people aren't going to have because of the incidents of misconduct out there. And I just want to end by saying that all of us are in a position of power. If you're sitting in this room, you're here because of likely being a faculty member or potentially a future faculty member. And we have the power to sort of change the environments in our departments and in the universities that we work in. Thank you.
So Emily? Everything okay?
All right, well, so first I just want to say thank you to the organizers for putting us on this amazing program. I've already learned so much. What a fabulous paper just before this one. This is joint work with Bilge Erten, who's in the room, and is going to help keep track of all your brilliant questions. Susan Ignami and Anna, who are in Sweden, and Sean, who just moved to Pitt, and he's an amazing sociologist working at the Census Bureau. So the big picture of this question is we know that, and I don't have to convince this room, that violence against women is a very prevalent crime. So if you look at survey data, 1 in 3 women are impacted. This is probably an underestimate if you look at some other surveys. So a lot of women experience violence over the course of their lifetime. Now, it's also true that these crimes are very costly. So I spent the greater part of the first part of my career trying to explore the degree to which this is not just a moral crime, but it's actually an economics crime, that there are real economics consequences, that there are strategic economic impulses at play when it comes to domestic violence and so on. Now, the problem, though, is once you have a crime occur, you can try and do everything you can to help a victim. But in an ideal world, we would not have these crimes occur at all. And so what I'm hoping to do in the next part of the career is think very carefully about how do you stop violence against women from happening in the first place. Because that's the best way to reduce these economic costs. We know that these have dramatic consequences on women's careers. We just saw this in terms of major choices. I've documented a lot of the employment consequences of rape and sexual assault, of domestic violence, of workplace harassment, and so on. But ideally, we can stop those economic harms from happening in the first place, and that could have real implications for GDP, for outcomes for women across the world. And then this leads to a central open question, which is violence against women something that is unsolvable, that we're just going to have to deal with events when they happen and try and do our utmost for victims? Or can we have a deeper and better understanding of where this behavior comes from? And with that understanding, can we then come up with policy levers to pull to reduce these crimes in the first place? And given how prevalent they are and how costly they are, I think that's a major question. And so we're going to try and answer two main questions in this paper. And before I get into these questions, to motivate them, I'd like to give you an anecdotal account that I think really brings home why we're so interested in this question. So increasingly, I've been trying to work a lot with policymakers, cops, judges, prosecutors, and so on, to kind of understand what they're struggling with and bring the amazing research that's happening from folks in this room to those people so they can use them in their everyday work. And I was speaking with an amazing woman who's a cop in Texas, and she runs a large domestic violence unit. And we were talking about the very early seeds of this paper. Billy and I were at a conference with this amazing cop. And what she said as soon as we mentioned this idea is, I just actually had to stop. I arrived at a home. A man had been brutally beating his wife. I arrive at the house. He's yelling at his wife that she has to get his shoes. I'm trying to defuse the situation and say, no, you don't have to get your shoes, his shoes. I'm taking him now. And his young teenage son walks up, slaps his mom, and says, you have to get her shoes. This is a horrible story, but what she told me is, I then interacted with the kid, who I now have to arrest and bring to jail because I've witnessed an assault. And I don't think at his heart this is a bad kid. I think this is a kid who has seen his father demonstrate this behavior over 10, 12 years and is now mimicking the behavior himself. All right? And so what we're going to do in this paper is we're going to first, in the first part of the paper, do a descriptive exercise of how strong is this correlation. How often do you see sons who have a father who has ever committed violence against women go on to commit violence themselves? How often do daughters who are exposed to a father who has ever committed violence against women go on to have partnership outcomes that put them at greater risk? That's going to be a pure descriptive exercise. So think of intergenerational transmission of income, but instead looking at violence against women. I'm going to go through that fairly quickly, because then we're going to jump into the, in some ways, more interesting part of the paper, which asks, can we undo this transmission? All right? Is this transmission caused by the exposure to the violent father? And if so, does removing him decrease the transmission? And that brings us to potentially, hopefully, good policy levers we might be able to pull in these cases. Controversial, but policy levers we can pull. So we contribute to three main literatures. So number one is an enormous literature on early child environment and outcomes. So think Janet Curry and Anna Iser's incredible work, and we'll see more of this later in the week in the children's program. And they've done amazing work along with many other people showing that the environment and what you grow up has huge implications for how you behave, how you interact with the world, and your economic outcomes later in life. And so we're going to study a very distinct relevant margin, which is how much are you exposed to a male role model who has ever exhibited violence against women, and how does that change your perpetration and victimization rate risk into adulthood. Second, we're contributing to a smaller but growing literature, specifically looking at violence against women. Lots of more papers looking at costs nowadays, but a few papers trying to understand how do you reduce it. So Anna Iser has some great work here about economic outside options, for example. There's also several wonderful papers. Sonia has some work on this, looking at the role of police. And so I think those are all really important. We're going to try and go back to the very earliest stages of where does this behavior even come from amongst children. Last, there's an amazing, fascinating set of papers looking at the intergenerational transmission of crime. A great paper that I think is understudied, I believe it's in Labor Economics, by Randy Hjalmarsson and Matt Linkvist in Sweden, looks at transmission of other types of crimes like property crime, assault, high transmissibility. A set of other papers looks at what happens when you remove a dad to go to prison for other things, what happens to child outcomes. Jeff Weaver, my colleague at USC and co-authors, find a very famous null. Suzanne in her paper in Sweden, looking at incarcerations for other reasons, finds that it's quite harmful normally to remove a dad on child outcomes. And we're going to see if that holds true when you have this particular type of dad. All right, so to talk about data. So I had promised the organizers we would have data from the US. I'm sorry I lied. For various reasons related to disclosure changes and so on, that is still in progress. It's going to be there eventually. So today we will focus on the Swedish data. I don't think I 100% guaranteed it in my when I filled in the form and submitted the paper. So, you know, academics. But I'll talk very briefly. We will eventually have some data on the US. We're going to be able to do everything we believe but the judge fixed effects. But I can't say anything more on that at this point, but stay tuned for that, hopefully sooner rather than later. So I'll focus on the Swedish data. This covers individuals from 1972 to 2022. That big window is really necessary when you're trying to look at intergenerational outcomes for crime. We have their normal, amazing Nordic data where we have all your demographics, household composition, et cetera, et cetera. And we link that to the Swedish Crime Suspicions Register and the Conviction Register from 1973 onwards. And this provides us some information on criminal involvement. Now let me define our main measure, which is a father ever suspected of violence against women. In the Swedish data, we do not know the victim of the crime. Instead, what we use is a very helpful set of crime codes that says it was assault of a woman. It was violation of a restraining order, which is often a restraining order that a woman has put out against a man, sexual violence, including rape and molestation, and gross violation of a woman's integrity. As I'll show you in the next slide, the vast majority of these men will be accused of assault of a woman. Our sample is going to include over 3 million father-son and father-daughter pairs. And as our main outcomes of interest, we are going to ask if you are exposed to a father who ever commits one of these crimes. And in robustness checks, don't worry, we also look at if he commits it when the child is under 18. But for a proxy, we're going to say, do you ever commit one of these crimes? Do we see that the son is more likely to be suspected of committing violence against women himself using these same crime codes? And for daughters, we're going to primarily use a victimization risk measure, which is, does the daughter cohabit with a man who is ever suspected of one of these crimes? Now, I want to pause and say we're using the ever suspected based on some prior work of mine, which suggests that there isn't a type, that this, assigning men who ever commit violence against women is a type seems accurate. Again, we will have robustness checks that go from 0 to 18 to just clarify if it happens when the child is a child. Yep, great.
I know this is descriptive, but it still might be interesting to compare to like a similarly large crime category.
Yes.
So like property crime, and because it might be just that like
I have an appendix table for you.
Great.
Yes. So the first part of the paper is really just laying out these descriptive results about intergenerational transmission of VAW. And we have an appendix table where we say, okay, let's take other crimes using Randy and Matthew's paper. Let's look at income transmission, look at transmission of all these other things, including other major crimes.
Transmission is causal language,
Yes.
so versus just like correlation of
Yeah.
like socioeconomic status that leads
Absolutely.
to similar, right? And so I think that's where comparison to like other types of criminality would be really helpful.
Yeah, and I can, if I have time, I'll show the table where we do that. What I would say, the reason I'm saying transmission is the first part of the paper, purely descriptive. Second part of the paper, I'm going to convince you, I hope, that is causal. And so we're going to be able to say this actually does seem to be transmission from exposure to the father. And I'll show you a lot of evidence that I think very clearly points to this being actually causal. And that's where we're able to go beyond, say, a big literature that just focus on how transmissible is income. We're going to say violence against women, very transmissible and caused by exposure to father. Yep.
So I think there is a very interesting question about nature versus nurture here. And so you create the exposure to victimization index for daughters, but can you see, for sons, can you see whether they live in a family where the partner of a mother who's not their father is...
Absolutely. You're getting way ahead of me. Wait till like slide 30. And I'll get to that point. But yes, I think we're going to talk about several mechanisms by which this transmission could occur. Some of which are going to be caused by exposure to father if we see it descriptively in the first part of the paper, some of which would not. And then we're going to spend the second part of the paper digging into that. So brilliant idea, we agreed, we'll show you results on it. So we'll show you a lot of results on other male role models in the family, et cetera, et cetera. All right, so like I said, most of these men are committing crimes of assault against a woman, similarly with their sons who go on to commit violence. This is conditional on committing violence. What is the violence category, just so you get a sense of it. Now I'm going to jump straight into these descriptive correlations, all right? So on the blue bar, this is sons whose fathers are never showing up in the police reports as suspected against violence against women. Even among those sons, almost 6% show up later with the police reports of suspicion of violence against women. Now that being said, if you are a son who grew up in a household where your father was ever suspected of VAW, you are 3 times more likely to go on to be suspected of violence against women yourself. That's a really high, just baseline raw share of sons who go on to commit violence against women. And this is just raw data. We can throw a bunch of controls in there, do a match propensity score matching exercise. If you go to that baseline at about 6%, we find in the raw data you're 11 percentage points more likely in an LPM model to commit violence against women if you're a son who grows up in these families. Even if you throw everything in the amazing Nordic data at that, it only drops down to just under 8 percentage points more likely. Now again, this is all descriptive. We're not saying anything's causal yet, but these seem to be very, very persistent and strong correlations and in exposure of sons to perpetration of violence. Yeah. We're going to do that in the very last slide. Second to last slide. You guys, I love this room. You have great ideas. All right, so for daughters, when we think about, I'll quote Yana, if you don't like LPMs, we do odds ratios, it's all fine. All right, so if we look at daughters and victimization risk, our main measure is going to be, do you cohabit with a man who is ever suspected of violence against women? And we see that among daughters whose fathers never are suspected against violence against women, about 8% of them end up cohabiting with a man who is suspected of VAW. That is twice as large, about 16%, for daughters who grew up in homes where their father was ever suspected of VAW. It turns out these daughters who grew up in households with violent fathers are also more likely to partner in general. So we can also do the conditional raw means, and we see that then it's maybe even larger. Now, I will also say that one big concern we have, which Sonia already mentioned in the last paper, is reporting. These are very unreported crimes. So one thing we can do to cross-validate, and we're most concerned about that, by the way, with these first part of the paper with the descriptive correlations. To cross-validate these measures, we've gone to the health data, and we can look at flags for domestic violence, for IPV. Now, I will warn you that this is a very low rate, as you see on the y-axis. This is because you have to have been assaulted so horrifically that you show up in the health system, and they also have to be confident enough that it's IPV to code it as such. That being said, if anything, it seems like this correlation, this increase in risk for daughters who grew up in violent homes where fathers were suspected of violence against women, if anything, we might be underestimating it with the police data, because we find that the likelihood you show up with a hospital or healthcare center flag for IPV is four times higher for daughters who are exposed to a father who ever is suspected of violence against women. Yep. So we haven't done, we're looking on, we do that in the Judge IV, which I'm going to get to in a little bit. We remove the child abuse cases. It could be that not only is he beating his partner, but his daughter. And we see pretty frequent child abuse cases amongst these men as well. And so we haven't done that. That's a good idea. We can do that for this data as well. Oh, right. Yeah, that's right. We can't see the victim flag here. Yeah. Sorry, that's right. It's the health center. So we'll dig into it and see if there's anything else we can find in the flags in the health data. Again, if we throw everything into the model, an LPM model, it doesn't budge that much. It does go down. Some of this is correlated with other things and it decreases, but you're still 6 percentage points more likely to partner with someone who has ever been suspected of VAW if you grew up in a home where your father was ever suspected of VAW. Really quickly, before I go to the meat of the paper, to the more causal part of the paper, we were also very interested in partnership outcomes in general. Since especially for daughters, these results are manifesting in large part through a partner choice, we were curious about, do we see, for example, assortative matching? And we do. So if you look at that middle column right here, you can see that for both sons and for daughters, they are significantly more likely to partner with someone whose father was also suspected of violence against women. So we see an assortative matching on this norm, whatever this norm is, that's being transmitted, it seems, across generations, at least in the raw descriptive data. We also see that both sons and daughters are actually more likely to show up with any partner in the data, which, there's lots of reasons we can come up with daughters. This is a bit surprising to me, at least for sons, that they're 1%, it's not huge, but they're 1% more likely to show up with any partner. And last, their partners are more likely to have less than high school. We think this is partially a descriptive fact of the idea that if you look in data on domestic violence against women, consistently you see that this is negatively selected on observables. Again, this might be a reporting thing as opposed to an actual incidence effect, but it's just useful to see what the partnerships look like. Did you do the matched one here? We have. This is the matched one. Oh, no, this is not the matched one. This is the matched one. Yes, thank you, Bo. Yes. We've gone back and forth about which one we put in the main text, but everything looks similar with the raw data, as you could see with the LPMs. Yeah. All right, so first 15 minutes, hopefully what I've shown you is that there is an extremely strong transmission. I don't have time to do the table, but it's as strong, if not stronger, than some other things we really care about that previous literature has documented in terms of, say, it's not stronger than transmission of education, but it is about as strong as transmission of some of these other crimes. But we do think this is a unique characteristic that could be transmitted. And what we're going to be able to spend the rest of the paper focusing on is the extent to which this is caused by the exposure to the father who committed violence against women, and the extent to which you can break this transmission through reduced
Can I just
exposure.
ask a question? Yeah. If I take the Swedish population, let's say in the middle of your period, which is what, about 1990 or something?
70, yes, 80s,
okay.
late 80s, yeah.
And I take
90, yeah.
I take a 50-year-old man. Nice. What is the probability in your entire life that you were ever suspected of IPV? What would it be?
So I haven't done that, but looking, it's going to be some combination. Well, you could think of it being
Right.
similar to some weighted combination of these two. We can do it. We can give you the exact number. But if you look here, sons who grow up in families that never have VAW.
Right. It
it's
seems
fine.
extraordinarily high for just suspected.
Yes.
Okay. Don't you think it seems high?
So this is the police admin data linked to the demographic data. So it's what the data says. So this is suspicions, not convictions, though.
It's very broadly defined.
Yeah.
So any kind of violence where the gender of the victim is a woman is here.
Assault of a woman.
Oh,
violence
okay.
of a woman, yeah.
I guess yet another example of where I live in a bubble. Okay.
Yeah. And what I would tell you, Claudia, what I would tell you is that if you look at the data, having done a lot of work on this in Finland, for example, we do live in a bubble because suspicions of violence against women is very common amongst lower income families. Very, very common.
Right.
And so what I will say is we're going to do
There's
this.
also alcohol. And
Yeah.
so for this period, alcohol in
Yes,
Finland was
absolutely.
enormously high.
Yep. And Suzanne and Aritzo and I forget the other co-authors have a great paper in Sweden looking at the relationship between alcohol and IPV. Very strong relationship there, really important. Not something we're looking at specifically here, the relationship with alcohol and VAW, but that is definitely a major cause. But I would say we live in a bubble. I think most of us know or have experienced violence against women ourselves. That being said, if you look at the observational data, low-income women are both especially vulnerable and show up much more in reports. Now, again, we don't know underlying incident. It could be that high-income women are less likely to report for all sorts of social reasons. But yes, it's higher than I expected, especially, so what I would say is when we first got this number here, this is devastating to me, that this is so high, even among sons who are never exposed to reported VAW. So I entirely agree with you, Claudia. I would say this is what the data says. In US, we will only be able to look at convictions, not suspicions, so it's going to be a smaller base, but that actually I think is speaking to the fact that we're missing a lot in the US, which is why it's nice to have both countries in this paper. So we can see both the very beginning of a police investigation and the end. All right, so what we can take away so far. Sons of fathers who are ever suspected of VAW are much, much more likely to become perpetrators, although the baseline is also still high. Daughters are much more likely to cohabit with risky partners and much more likely to experience actual IPV in health reports. But, going back to Corinne's point, these might not be caused by father exposure. It could be caused by all sorts of other things that we can't move with policy, and that would be a very depressing result. So we're going to spend the rest of our time is trying to understand, A, to the extent to which this is causal, and specifically, if you remove a father who is suspected of VAW, do you see a reduction in son perpetration and daughter victimization risk? All right. Now, there are several mechanisms that would say, yes, that should happen. So you can think about once you remove the violent father, all sorts of norms in the household change. So, maybe he was speaking derogatorily about women all the time, beating your mom in front of you. There are all sorts of social learning mechanisms that can happen in the home, just like this cop from Houston was telling me about. At the same time, you can imagine that when you remove a horrible partner, that the mom is able to recover, she's able to have a better life, and she's able to provide better care for her kids. So these are kind of a bundled treatment. Whenever you remove a dad, you'll remove both the social learning and potentially help the mother have a better quality of life and provide better parenting. At the same time, if you remove a father specifically for VAW, you could have a deterrent effect. So it could translate to the daughter, this is unacceptable behavior. I will not accept this in a partnership. From the son, you could think, oh, I've seen that there's repercussions for this behavior from the state, therefore I will not perpetrate it myself. On the other hand, there's lots of explanations that would tell us that removing fathers won't help. What if all of this is caused by neighborhood? What if all of it's caused by a broad set of social norms amongst your community? What if all of this is caused by some unobservable characteristic or observable characteristics, although we control for those, that we can't control for in our LPMs? On the other hand, someone mentioned this innateness of it. What if it's just there's an innate tendency towards violence which can't be undone through removal of role models? And last, when you remove a dad, many other papers, including a great paper presented last summer on divorce, find that removing dads is really bad for child outcomes. So even if this particular facet is negative, learning to be violent, maybe the rest of the package of removing a dad, lower income, for example, is so much worse that it outweighs any benefits from the bad male role model being removed. And just to put some numbers on that, we replicated that great event study from that paper that's, I think, R&R the QG right now on divorce. And no surprise, when you remove a dad in these families, these violence against women families, you also see a big drop in household income. And there's lots of papers on domestic violence, including some by those in this room, that shows that income shocks cause stress. Stress can cause conflict amongst partners, maybe the future partner of the mom, and that can itself actually increase domestic violence in the family and maybe increase transmission. Yep. Dennis?
What is the reason that you're specifically calling it like VAW fathers, given the fact that if I'm a child, it's more likely for me to be exposed to my father beating up my mother?
Oh, so let me repeat that definition. So we say violence against women because we categorize you as a VAW father if at any point in the data in which we see you have been suspected of violence against a woman. This could have happened before the child is born. We can show in robustness checks that if we restrict to years where the child was 0 to 18, the results all stay.
No, what I'm trying to say is like, but from a child's perspective, being exposed to that guy, I am exposed to specifically the IPV portion of it. If it's a, asshole in the work, I'm not able to get exposed to it, but I'm just exposed to he's beating up my, isn't the treatment is more like I'm exposed to a father? Yeah, it's violent, but like I am exposed to the home version of it.
Yeah, so what I will say is with the Swedish data, we cannot see the victim ID. Now, most likely, this is why we do robustness checks from it happening 0 to 18. Most likely, if it's 0 to 18 and it's violence against a woman, there's probably a high likelihood it is the mother in the household, but not for sure, and we can't know for sure in our data. So that's why we're very loose. Now, what I would say is if this ever suspected of VAW is not actually translating to modeling the home, then that's another reason why we would find no effect when we remove the father. And what I would say is even if you're only ever suspected before your child is born, you could continue to be abusive and it just never be reported. And so, we can't, obviously we can't see things that aren't reported, just like Sarah was saying, but there is a kind of natural test of this, which is if none of this behavior is being modeled in your house, misogyny, violence, etc., then removing the father shouldn't matter. And so the results are going to speak for themselves on that. Yep.
It's a small side thing, but to test the innate trait theory, do you see anything on women, daughters perpetrating violent crime?
So when we don't have, I don't believe, the corollary of, so it's hard to measure in our data, women, but we do look at women violent crime perpetration in the appendix table that I'm going to skip, but I'll let you guys come see it after the talk, because we look at the women's side as well there. But women in general just don't commit as much violence. Sorry, guys. Yes, we could look at child abuse for the daughters. That's for sure. All right, so we have an empirical challenge, though, which is we want to, both the mechanisms are murky. It could go either way. Empirically, it's also hard to estimate because women who voluntarily leave a VAW man, potentially one who is abusive to her, are probably very different than women who don't. So, for example, they might have much greater social support. They haven't been as isolated from their family who helps them leave. They might have more confidence. They might have better outside economic opportunities. All of those things can separately help children have better outcomes in adulthood as well. And so what we're going to do as our main specification is try and find a way to quasi-randomly remove fathers from the home. And then I'm going to show you 2 other ways to verify this main specification and provide external validity, because I'm always much more convinced when I can show you a result 3 different ways as opposed to just using one methodology. So let's start with the main, most internally valid, most causal, I think, approach we have, which is we're going to take all of these violence against women men. We're going to restrict to those who show up in court for any crime. It doesn't necessarily have to be violence against women. I'll come back to those sub-cases in a little bit. But men who show up for any crime, and then some of them show up to a harsher judge and are quasi-randomly removed. Some of them have a more lenient judge and are not. Now, we've all seen lots of Judge IV papers. I promised myself I would never write one again because I had to throw away 2 because they didn't survive enough robustness checks and I didn't believe them. This one did, so here I am. So the second stage is we're looking at whether the son perpetrates violence against women as an adult or whether the daughter cohabits with a partner who commits violence against women later in life. And we're going to instrument that with whether the father is removed and goes to prison. And I'm going to talk about kind of a first stage about how exposed they are in a second. But for now, right-hand side is dad is quasi-randomly sent to prison, and what happens to son perpetration of VAW and daughter victimization risk. We're going to instrument whether the dad goes to prison with the randomized judge they're assigned to. We have a nice first stage. A 10 percentage point increase in judge stringency translates to a 5 percentage point higher likelihood of the father going to prison. Yep, Jessica? So, yes, and so we do it conditional on court by year by crime age strata because, to deal with that. So there's a whole long appendix looking at the Judge IV. It's not quite as long yet in the paper I posted because that's very much work in progress. But there will be a longer one coming too. But yes, that's really important because judges do specialize. So that's been true of lots of judge papers. If you look at them, usually it's crime court by year crime strata, which is how the randomization happens. Yep.
Just a quick question about the guys who are going to prison because they perpetrated a crime against women versus any other crime. Is there a difference between those two groups?
I will get to that in one second. Okay. So for now, we're looking at a guy who goes to prison for any crime, not necessarily violence against women. I'm going to talk about the subset in a second. All right, so we have balance. I'm going to go quickly because I have 2 more identification strategies after this. But the first question, and I give Janet Curry a lot of credit for this because she told us to look at this and it was brilliant because she's brilliant, obviously. So there's a common frame that nothing works when it comes to getting women to separate from abusive partners. And I think that's become less of a refrain recently, which is good, but there used to be a much stronger drumbeat of this. And so one question that's really important in the Swedish context is we're not in the US where you go for jail for years. We're in Sweden where the median prison sentence is 3 months. That's not going to lead to long-term less exposure for sons and daughters if there's not a durable separation. And I think this is actually a critically important policy question because is giving women just a little bit of breathing room enough for them to facilitate a longer-term separation from a pretty bad partner? All right? And so what we find is that's true. So we find that the probability that the child lives with their violence against women dad drops by 73 percentage points 5 years after trial. So these 3-month prison sentences give you enough breathing room if you're a woman who experiences a relationship with a violence against women man to affect a durable separation. Now you might worry, well, is she just cohabiting with some new bad guy, some new violent guy who's violent against women? And no, a little bit, so this goes down, but the probability that the mom cohabits with any violence against women man drops by 47 percentage points compared to the women whose partners were not taken away by the slightly harsher judge. All right, for 3 months. Now, the last thing to directly speak to the woman's environment is is she less likely to show up for IPV care and the healthcare hospitalization data? Do we see actually that this reduction in partnership with violent men leads to less abuse that she experiences? And again, this is a rare outcome, so we don't have a lot of precision, but this is significant at the 12% level, and we do see a 12%, level confidence interval, but we do see a reduction in her IPV experience. Now, this is our main outcome. Yep, Jessica. Yeah. Yeah. So this is the common exclusion restriction. So on the one hand, in some ways I'm less worried because that bundled treatment seems to be working. But on the other hand, to take it to other countries, we would like to know more about what's in that bundled treatment. So we will definitely have on our to-do list to look at everything else we can see in the admin data to get at what else might be in there. Now, for the most part, we think there's less bundling of punishments than there is, say, in the Finnish context, from what I remember. But we will expand on that section because it's really important if we want to think about, would this work in the US, for example? Is there something special they're doing in Sweden that we should be doing in the US when we intervene with women who are experiencing violence in the home, for example? Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. And so you might imagine, this is why I will say we cannot do the judge IV in the US. We are interested in doing a matched court version of this, and I'd love to talk after the talk about how credible people think that is, because the US is a very different context in terms of support.
On a related question, does it affect the custody arrangements afterwards? Like, will the father keep the kid if any?
We have checked this, and I forget the exact numbers, but we can see where the child is residing, and there are cases where the child does get removed from the home entirely, and I can't remember the numbers off my top of my head, but that will be in the paper, like how often they're residing with the mother after, so most moms are not partnering, or so most children are not living with the VAW dad. Most of these cases they're living with the mom, but I don't remember the exact number.
But like, instead of like living his one extreme case,
Yes.
or the interaction with the father, like,
Absolutely. Yeah, so that's one thing we are interested in looking at if he moves municipalities. And we just haven't had time to code the municipality. Also for my next identification strategy. It's less of an identification strategy than a descriptive exercise, but we didn't have time to code it for the Summer Institute. We tried very hard, but we had other things to get. Let me pause or I'll take one more.
Sorry, last question. So two things here. One is that, the father actually getting punished by a judge or being handed a sentence. It may also show that, these
Deterrence.
crimes, there's deterrence.
I'm going to
right?
get to that in one slide. So let me get
Okay.
there in a second. Yeah. So let me look at my main result first. So what do we find for the kids' outcomes? If your father is quasi-randomly removed because of a prison sentence, you as a son are 53 percentage points less likely to commit VAW. Now that's a huge number. Relative to the complier mean, it's not over the complier mean, but it basically almost eliminates the behavior. This was an astonishingly large result. Now I would say the confidence intervals are not tiny. That being said, these are the extremely bad guys. These are guys who, when their children are getting older, are still committing crimes that land them in court. And then there are the compliers who are on the margin of going to prison, which in Sweden puts you on like the very right tail of bad guys. So I think removing the worst guys seems to almost eliminate this behavior amongst their sons, which is an astonishing result to me. Even if we take the bottom of this confidence interval, this is still a large and good effect in terms of reducing violence against women. We also see a reduction in victimization risk for daughters. They are 65 percentage points less likely to cohabit with a man who is suspected of violence against women, and again, that almost eliminates 82% decline relative to the control complier mean. These are such big results. I want to just strongly stress that these are the worst guys. I only have 11 minutes, so I'm going to push ahead a little bit because I want to quickly talk about mechanisms. We have this bundled treatment of you're getting less of this modeling or misogyny or violence exposure. You are also potentially having better maternal outcomes. I don't have time to show this. I will say we find that mothers are less, not only are they less likely to show up for IPV flags, they're also less likely to show up for alcohol addiction. And so it seems like the mothers have a recovery after their bad partners are removed. For deterrence, I think there's something very interesting. We find no deterrent effect for boys. All right, there's no difference in these estimates if we just exclude VAW. Now, prison sentences in general might be a deterrent, but VAW prison sentences in particular might be deterrent. Someone asked about deterrence. For daughters, on the other hand, there seems to be a strong deterrent effect. Seeing your father be incarcerated for specifically violence against women, if we exclude those, that does away with the effect. And so there seems to be some sort of deterrence mechanism for the daughters at play. Now I want to go to two additional identification strategies. That, to us, is our really strong causal internally valid estimate. I like to see things multiple ways to be convinced of results. I would also say that there's a concern about external validity with that sample. That sample is extremely negative selected, not only to other men in Finland, but to other men who are suspected of violence against women. So just look at the son's interracial transmission of VAW, it's much larger. These men who end up in the judge IV sample, out of the men in the VAW sample, they earn less, they are in more crime-ridden communities, etc. So you might worry, to what extent did this estimate, this very strong causal estimate I've shown you, to what extent would this extrapolate to broader families who are less horrifically, I shouldn't make such value judgments, but less criminal fathers, let's say. So have been committed a VAW, but aren't still committing crimes when their child is 8, 9, 10. So to look at this, we're going to do two additional things. Number one is we're going to look at broadly the influence of male role models descriptively, and then we're going to turn to a family fixed effects model to look at it a little more causally. All right? So first, and this relates to one of the questions that was already asked, let's look at our whole sample. So this is just that LPM estimate we started with, 11 percentage points more likely to be suspected of VAW if you grew up with a VAW dad, 8.5 percentage points more likely to cohabit with a VAW partner. If we look at those who never actually cohabit with their VAW dad, that correlation almost halves. If we further say, okay, well, let's take the sons who never cohabit with the VAW dad, who in column 3, who have a stepfather, so some other male role model, most of whom are not VAW dads, it drops even further. And last, if we look at cases where you were adopted by your stepfather, which is usually a combination of you were never living with your bio dad and you were adopted by some other male role model, that intergenerational transmission goes away entirely. And so what this says is it's suggestive of maybe 2 things. Number 1, if you reduce the exposure of the VAW dad, even in these less severe cases where they're not going to prison, we still see a reduction in that transmission. And we see the same reduction, although it doesn't entirely go away for daughters. Number 2, and this is someone asked about other male role models, we can do something even more interesting and say, okay, because I often present this to a room mostly men, and then they get very worried about, are you telling us we should remove men from the family? And what I would say in this regression is we can say, okay, well, for sons, what happens if you replace, so if you look at, say, sons who grow up with a bio dad who is violent against women, what if we bring in a dad who has never been suspected of VAW? And we see with this negative coefficient that it has a pretty strong mediating effect. It actually, bringing in this potentially good male role model decreases the transmission of violence against women. And so I think this is suggestive evidence that good male role models can actually mediate this. They can actually undo some of this transmission about how you treat women as adults. Bad male role models, on the other hand here, even if your biological father never committed VAW, if you bring in a stepfather or another dad figure in the household who cohabits with you who does commit VAW, then you become more likely to do it yourself. And so this table, and this is just raw data, and I sometimes really like showing just raw data because it seems to really speak to this male role model effect. Bringing in a violent dad, both if you've never been exposed before or if you've exposed before, increases the transmission. Bringing in a non-violent dad decreases transmission. Now for daughters, we don't find quite as stark of a divide. We find that we find a really strong correlation between bringing in any VAW male role model and partnership risk. We do find not significant here for the non-VAW dad, but positive and very small and significant. But what I will say is daughters who are exposed to more male role models are more likely to have more partners themselves. And so we think part of this is mechanical. You just end up having more partners as well. So that seems to be a norm that transmits. And what I'd like to close with in my last few minutes before I conclude is our final piece of evidence. So of these 3 pieces of evidence to show that, like Corinne was saying, we have these really strong descriptives of transmission. We've shown you if you send you to prison, it reduces the transmission by a lot for these really bad guys. So if you take the worst guys out, it reduces a lot. With these descriptives, we find consistent evidence. Now we're going to try and take that and go a step further, and we're going to do a family fixed effects design. And so if you like Raj Chetty's Move to Opportunity work, if you liked that great divorce paper, we're going to take the exact same identification strategy and take 2 siblings, and then this is voluntary separation, so there are some endogeneity concerns there, but we're going to look within sibling, which hopefully gets rid of some of those concerns. And we're going to say, do you have more or less exposure to this VAW dad? And does that change transmission? All right, and so in our main specification, we're not going to have this second line. I'm going to talk about this in a second. And the first set of estimates I'll show you, ignore this second line. We're going to look at the years of cohabitation, and we're going to have these family fixed effects, cohort fixed effects, and some controls for father, birth year, kind of going to your point, Claudia, there's different balance across different cohorts, and other controls. And I'll talk about this other coefficient in a second. And what do we find? Once again, we find that the longer you are exposed to your violence against women father, the more likely you are to perpetrate violence against women yourself. And if you aggregate this up, what's really interesting is it is a significant effect. It is much smaller than our Judge IV effect. And to me, this makes a lot of sense. We're saying that like 10 years of more exposure gives you a 2 percentage point decline roughly in violence against women. All right, now that relative to our baseline is, a 20% about decline in the coefficient, but it's not the entire thing going away like with the prison dads. I think the difference here is we're taking the worst guys out, usually pretty early, and I didn't have time to show age heterogeneity, but especially for boys, it matters that it's super early. So if you take these super bad guys out, then you can almost undo it. For most dads, I do think you have the combination of effects where, yes, these are guys who have been suspected of violence against women, but they're also probably doing some other things that are good for their kids, and so you get this smaller coefficient size for these guys who aren't showing up in court over and over again. Now in column 2, again for the men in the room, if you are not a VAW dad, all right, so if we look at families where the dad is never suspected of violence against women, we don't see that transmission. And if anything for daughters, having the dad removed, if the dad never committed violence against women, actually increases partnership risk in the future. So that's kind of consistent with that divorce paper, consistent with other papers that have shown that usually removing dads results in worse outcome for kids. But when you remove dads who are providing a role model of violence against women, it actually yields better outcomes in terms of partnerships for women and perpetration for men.
Well, one thing is the other side of this, which is the pushback from women and outside options,
Yes.
which you can add in.
Oh yeah, we
which I
could do
think
like a
would
Bartik
be-
instrument or something like
Yeah,
that. Yeah.
something where this is only sort of one side, we just plop this bad guy on this woman, but she could, have some pushback and pushback that might grow over time, which is in some sense what you're showing with the 3 months without him. Perhaps she gained skills or gained confidence.
I think a great thing we could do is replicate Anna Iser's outside opportunity results, see if to the degree to which that leads to separation, do we then also see the perpetration decrease? I love that. We were able to replicate that, at least using an employment instrument in Finland. Earnings, there's not enough variability with an occupation to do the Bartik, but we could probably do something similar in this week. I love that. So kind of other ways that help the woman endogenously choose to leave a partner who is not helping her succeed in life and potentially being very abusive and harmful to her. All right, so in my last 2 minutes, to leave a little room for questions, I want to conclude. So what we've done in this paper is in the first part of the paper, we established the first time using large-scale administrative data, and we will be adding US correlations as well. We established that there is a very large transmission of violence against women from father to son, or at least there's a correlation. Let's be more muted here. But hopefully now, Corinne, I've convinced you that in the next part of the paper, we showed you using 3 different strategies that actually if you remove these fathers who are violent from the home, who have ever committed violence against women and are likely exhibiting those behaviors or those norms to their child, we see a very strong reduction in violence against women perpetrated by sons and experienced by daughters. To me, despite this being a very depressing paper, this is where I hope to go. This is where I think we can go as a society, is figure out what causes this behavior and then figure out ways to reduce it. And what we're showing here is not only do male role models who exhibit violence against women behaviors increase transmission, but good male role models can reduce it. And so the more we can get good male role models into young men's lives, I think the better outcomes we will have in terms of women's outcomes, choosing partners who are less abusive towards them, and also men choosing to treat women in a way that is not rife with violence. And so I'd like to close there, and thank you so much for the excellent comments.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, so you're discussing this in terms of learning, right? You're learning role model and so forth, right? But this could be, there is a process of scarring, of PTSD. So I don't know, this could be a learning mechanism in the sense you reproduce behavior, or it could be that you are damaged somewhat seriously for the kids. You see what I'm saying? And that's it's slightly different to me.
Yeah.
Where the two concepts, right? These kids are traumatized.
Yes, absolutely.
Boys or girls. So I don't know, how do we, is it just learning? Is
So
it preferences?
One thing I will say that's reassuring is I think this speaks to our family fixed effects design, which is, the longer exposure, probably the more traumatized you are. But I guess a really sad note would be if a child is only exposed, say, 4 years, are they indelibly traumatized and they're never going to be able to recover? And the family fixed effects model says no. It says that actually we can undo some of these harms. Now, those coefficients are smaller probably for lots of reasons, one of which may be we're not getting it. So I would say for the Judge IV design, for daughters, it's kind of big across the board, across ages, although we're not powered to really do heterogeneity by age, but for sons, it's concentrated in the young ages. But I think the family fixed effect says it's not irrevocable, the trauma, which is good, because if you've done any reading, and I don't work in this area, but I've done a lot of reading of looking at trauma of kids and foster care and so on. One of the turns of phrase for foster care is like it takes triple the time out versus the time in to undo the trauma. And with the family fixed effects, it seems like, well, we can undo it. There's going to be that trauma there. And the other thing I would say, just broader from a mechanisms point of view, the goal of our paper was to say, does the correlation exist? Can it be cut? And then the extent to which we can understand more why is really helpful. But to some extent, this is always going to be a little bit of a bundle treatment, because we do show moms do better, which also helps with parenting inputs. Trauma is potentially undone by having better caring environments. And then on top of that, there's a learning that's not transmitted. I'd love any ideas you have to even further disentangle those three. Those are very hard to disentangle. But I think this is a really good starting point in terms of what we can do.
If I may add one thing. So we looked at teenage years,
Yes.
mental health. If anything, there is improvement, actually.
Yeah. Yeah. So mental health improves. Education does not. So we don't see like big education outcomes.
So we look at, for example, from removing the faculty.
Yeah. 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 So the trauma seems to go away. Yeah. We should be careful on that.
Okay, so we're going to take a break for 13.
You should be outside.
Excellent. All right, welcome back, everyone. We are next going to have two 45-minute papers. Same rules as before, 10 minutes, no questions, and then we can bring in questions. And we're very happy to have Katerina here talking about co-parenting and careers after divorce. Please take it away.
Thanks a lot to the organizers for including the paper. So this is going to be about different parenting arrangements after divorce and how they impact parents' labor market outcomes. So in particular, I'm interested in what happens when parents parent jointly, so have joint physical custody, rather than mothers having sole physical custody. And it was a nice paper to have beforehand, like Emily's great presentation, because this is also going to be looking at fathers' involvement, yes or no, but I'm going to be looking at, on average, good dads. So it's a bit of a happier picture in that sense. We know that divorce negatively affects children's outcomes across a wide range of dimensions. So from emotional well-being to behavioral problems to education and also to later in life outcomes such as teenage pregnancy and criminality. And one of the pathways through which this happens is by spending less time with their fathers after divorce. And the reason for this is that on average, after divorce, children primarily live with their mothers and see their fathers less often. So a frequent arrangement is, for example, to see the father every other weekend and perhaps for 2 weeks of holidays a year. And recognizing this, there has been a push in policy towards encouraging greater involvement by both parents. And the margin on which I'm going to be looking at this is joint physical custody, which I also call co-parenting. And here I would just like to fix ideas. Physical custody is different from legal custody. So legal custody refers to the right of parents to make important decisions about the child's life. And these involve which school to go to, so educational decisions, medical care, religion, and so on. Instead, physical custody simply is with whom the child lives. So this affects a lot the day-to-day arrangements of parents. And there is evidence that suggests that joint physical custody can benefit kids, especially on the education margin. What is less clear, though, is what it does to parents. And in particular, there's the risk that co-parenting may have unintended consequences for parents, in particular for their labor market outcomes. So what I'll be focusing on is really the parent side of outcomes and how greater parental involvement, as proxied by co-parenting, affects these. I will start the presentation with a conceptual framework in which I contrast the constraints that parents face under two different types of regimes. So there's one regime, that's the sort of more traditional one, sole physical custody, which I assume is going to be by mothers throughout because that's the case in more than 90% of the data empirically. And I contrast this to having joint physical custody. So there are two key constraints. The first one is the time constraint. If parents share childcare more equally, then both parents would see a difference in their time constraint relative to sole custody by mothers. So mothers, if they generally have their kid, would see a relaxation in their time constraint. So one could expect to either see them work more hours in the market or consume more leisure or both. And of course, you would expect the opposite to happen for fathers who, with greater childcare involvement, would experience a tightening in their time constraints. But co-parenting also introduces a new constraint, and that's a location constraint. The reason for this is that for parents, for this co-parenting to work out, parents have to live in relatively close proximity to each other. So this quite explicitly restricts their geographical mobility. And in particular, if you think about sort of how couples choose locations, it may often be for the career of the male partner. And then co-parenting can in effect turn divorced mothers into tied stayers if they're not in a labor market that was originally also chosen for their own careers, but rather only for those of their, at this point, ex-husband. And I'm going to present this in a bit more detail and derive some predictions what we can expect for mothers and fathers' wages and hours when contrasting these two custody regimes. I bring this to the data and test it empirically using a reform in the Netherlands that increased the share of parents who co-parent after divorce. I believe this is quite a relevant setting. So 1 in 3 divorces in the Netherlands involve children under the age of 10, or age 10 or younger. And the reason why this is sort of the most relevant group in my setting is that teenage children, they really dislike being co-parented, because I haven't said it yet, but generally co-parenting involves sort of having 1 week with a mother, 1 week with a father. So there are frequent moves between different homes, and teenagers want to have their room, and that's it. These younger children, they are a bit more willing to do that, and crucially, older children are also asked for their preferences. So from 12 years on in the Netherlands, the preference of the child is quite strongly taken into account. I then combine this reform with administrative data and also supplement it with survey data, and then run an event study difference and difference as a design in which I compare parents who have young children and divorced before the reform, so have a lower propensity of co-parenting, to parents who divorced after the reform and also have young children. So the only difference between these two groups of parents should really be their exposure to the reform and thereby their propensity to co-parent. Now, what do I find? The main finding really is that mothers who are exposed to the reform, they see persistent decreases in their hourly wages. So I'm going to be talking about hourly wages when I say wages, otherwise I refer to earnings. And in an intention to treat setting, these are relatively small, about 0.8%. This is because the share of compliance is not huge. Once you scale that up to a local average treatment effect, you find a much more sizable relative decrease in wages for the treated mothers by about 10%. Important to say is it's not an absolute decrease in wages for mothers who were treated. Instead, it's wage increase for those mothers who have a lower propensity to co-parent, so who divorced prior to the reform. And you see wage stagnation for the mothers in the treated group. So it's not that these mothers saw an absolute wage decline, rather they missed out on wage gains after divorce. The groups demographically that are most susceptible to this are mothers who have the highest potential for wage growth. So these include mothers who are younger at the time of divorce, so below median age of 38. It's of course those who also have a steeper life cycle profile still and would expect to see more wage growth. It's also those mothers who are more highly educated, so who could have reap higher benefits from having a very specific job match. Think of a marine biologist, for example. And it's also those mothers who cut back most on their own careers while they were married. So the effect is strongest when I condition on the sample of secondary earners, who are defined as mothers or fathers earning 40% or less of household income. I do not find an increase in mothers' hours worked, and this I attribute to the setting that is perhaps quite specific. So in the Netherlands, already at the time of the reform, which happened in 2008, childcare was widely available, it was of high quality, and it is a setting in which the vast majority of mothers work part-time. So 87% of the mothers in my sample with kids under the age of 10, they're part-time working. So it doesn't seem to be that childcare is the hugest constraint. This, of course, you may expect to look rather different in a setting such as the United States, where part-time work is not as widely available, childcare neither, or is very costly. So this I would just like to say, the Netherlands are a rather specific setting here. As a lot of family policy, this does not seem to have meaningfully affected men's outcome, at least as it refers to wages or hours worked. The mechanism that I suggest that is driving this is this geographical mobility restriction arising from co-parenting, because that effectively anchors parents in the marital location, most likely. And while this effect, this constraint is there for both parents, so both mothers and fathers who co-parent, they find it harder to move away, it's binding in terms of labor market outcomes only for mothers because of the way in which couples made decisions about labor supply and sort of market work, non-market work while they were married. So this is not a a gendered reform per se, but rather the effect shows up as a gendered story because of household specialization. Now, I contribute to, I would say, two broad areas in the literature. The first is this vast one on post-divorce legal accommodations and labor supply. And a lot of that, of course, has looked sort of at the introduction of no-fault divorce and how that affects the labor supply of still married couples. And there are two papers that I would like to highlight that are the closest. These are, I don't know if you can see it here, those two by Addie Adams, Alessandra Buena, and co-authors, and also Stella Canessa and Susan Nignami, who look at Sweden. So the first paper looks at the United States and overwhelmingly looks at the introduction of becoming available of the option of having joint legal custody. And the second paper looks at Sweden, and I should say the first paper finds also, interestingly, a mobility effect, but rather on men's side and over longer distance mobility, so interstate migration. Whereas the second paper looks at a range of outcomes for both parents and children in Sweden using a judge IV design for contested court cases. So just to preface these, also looking at legal custody, but these complier groups in that setting are going to be very different. So these are more negatively selected. As you will see, my parents, or the parents who are choosing to co-parent, they are overwhelmingly positively selected. So that's why the good dads, also the good moms, it's those who can choose it and can afford it. And instead, I isolate this physical custody component from the legal one, because at the time of the reform, divorcing parents automatically both had joint legal custody over the children, so that was not up to debate. So it's really purely about this physical custody. And then I show evidence on wages, hours, and also workplace mobility. And the second part of the literature that I think it relates to nicely is the location decisions and the labor market outcomes of dual earner couples. And there's this very cool literature on co-location constraints and how frequently mothers or women in general in couples are more likely to be either tight movers or tight stayers, and how that negatively impacts their earnings. What I can show here is that there's a co-location friction that persists even after relationship dissolution if the parents parent their children or child jointly. Now, let me start by showing you sort of a theory part of the paper in this picture. This is to fix ideas and to think about what we would expect to see in terms of effects from the empirical results. I'm going to be quite stereotypical in my language here, and that's because I'm going to be talking about statistical averages. So to the left of this dashed line, you have the intact family, the couple with one or several children aged 10 or younger who make a decision about where to live. And that location decision is taken jointly, and I assume that it maximizes household welfare. Frequently, because these, over 85% of couples have mothers who are working part-time, it makes sense from a household perspective to choose a location that maximizes the father's hourly wage and thereby also the earnings. But this location, importantly, must not necessarily reflect good opportunities for the mother's wage. Yes?
So, are you able to see data on the child support regime in either of these two situations, and also even realized income? Because I can kind of imagine two different cases. So one, I know when there's joint physical custody, sometimes there's a lower child support obligation from the higher earner because the child is also spending time both places. But also, I think there's a lot of research showing that there's less shirking in child support obligations when the dad is more involved in the kid's life, because they see it, instead of giving money to the mom who they don't like, it's giving money to the kids who they do like. So I just wonder about the income effects, and it's sort of not on here as a mechanism.
No, you're right, it's not on here. And there is, so the idea is that if both parents co-parent, so roughly share childcare equally, and each parent pays for the child on their own time. So generally there's no child support payment in co-parenting families, unless the differences are huge between the two parents. There's no income effect because, well, in this picture at least, because the child support payments, they are not judge awarded. There's a table by a Dutch social ministry, and it's really dependent on the child's age and the partner's income who has to pay. And the amounts are not huge. So on average, for children that I look at, it's about 250 euros per month. which is really not that much of money if you think it's probably enough to cover half of the expenses of the child, but not going to be a huge income transfer either way. Alimony, yes, good point. Alimony is not affected by co-parenting. So alimony is purely for the former spouses. Originally was to keep up the living standard, and that's not affected. Alimony is not very prevalent in the Netherlands. So in the survey data, I can see it's less than 20% of mothers who receive alimony, virtually, basically no fathers. It's very, very rare. But that is not affected by co-parenting status at all. Yes.
Point. Could this be actually a positive result if suddenly the dad is contributing more to, he provides just more meals and that's less expense for me, and he provides more sports events or whatever, and therefore I don't actually have to work as much anymore. I can pull back and spend more time with my kid, which is, I love my job, but if I had a crappy job, that might be preferable.
No, it's true. However, then I would still expect the person to rather work fewer hours at a higher wage rather than working the same amount of hours at a lower wage. But you're right. So this could still, in some way, there could still be sort of smaller income effects or benefits. And I can show you some suggestive evidence that these co-parenting mothers take more free time. They sleep more, they feel less stressed. So there seem to be some, perhaps, beneficial margins, but it doesn't really show up in the labor market data. All right. Now, these families are in a location, and now they're hit by a divorce shock, rather than one of them chooses to divorce. And they can choose between the two regimes when it comes to custody for their children. So on the top, the pink part, you see this is sole custody, which I assume to be by mothers. And under that, both parents are in theory free to move. And you would expect that if mothers can move away, they should perhaps also, at least some of them, move towards locations where they get paid more. So you would expect to see wage growth over time. However, for fathers, given this perhaps relatively strong assumption that they're already pretty well matched in the location of marriage, you would not expect to see an awful lot of changes to their wages. Now, when parents are location constrained, in the green part at the bottom, you would expect the opposite in relative terms. Of course, that mothers' wages in relative terms decrease, and again, no change to fathers. In terms of mothers' hours worked, I think it's a bit more nuanced because you have this relaxation of the time constraint that mothers could translate into higher hours worked. But at the same time, if you're getting paid less than you could earn, you also have this negative substitution effect of low wages on hours worked. So even ex ante theoretically, it's not quite clear which way you would expect the hours to go. Now, a little bit about, oh, sorry, yes.
Wondered if you can look at this by the age of the child at the time of the custody arrangement being made. I imagine it's U-shaped, where if the child's very young or quite grown up, then the mother's more willing to relocate. But if the child is in the middle and might have more engagement with the dad and more conscious attachment, they might be more likely.
So I have some results by sort of cutoff date. I choose 10 based on my reading of the literature when it's sort of a good age to stop assuming that. But if I look at the treatment effects, they're actually strongest for sort of early primary school age children. So when the child is aged between 5 and 8 at the time of divorce.
Yeah, I was thinking if they're like age 1 or age 18, then it's less likely to.
Both are very unlikely to have for age 1 because of breastfeeding, at age 18 because the child really doesn't want to have to move between, or 17 at least. I think it's the latest possible.
Yeah.
But yes. Yes.
Since a lot of this depends on the location choice, can you also look at the job market and how suitable the local job market is in that area for the mother's education and her occupation? That would be one way to verify.
So I tried. Sadly, the data does not include occupation, so I can't do a very nice outside option index. I tried to look at sort of concentration in the labor market by industry of the firms, and I do find that it's really driven by those mothers who, during marriage, are located in the more concentrated industry, so fewer outside options locally, and would have to move if they wanted to move to a better employer. All right. Now I'd like to tell you a bit about the reform. So, importantly, even before the reform, it was possible, or it was the default, to have joint legal custody for divorcing parents. This was not the case until 2023 for cohabiting parents, which is why I restrict this analysis to divorcing parents. Otherwise, you would probably expect to see something very similar between cohabiting and divorcing parents, also because cohabitation has been on the rise a lot for the past 20 years in the Netherlands. The key part of the reform really, so I do a literal translation from Dutch, it's called Law to Promote Continued Parenthood and Careful Divorce. So the title already says that really the key focus and aim of this reform was to minimize the disruption to the child's life from moving from an intact nuclear family to living with divorced parents. And the key part of the legal text is that now a child has the right to equal care and upbringing by both parents. This, of course, is a bit vague. How it was implemented in practice is in the following way. So it was not a legal default, and I think that's very important. It was rather that courts were instructed to prioritize this child's right, this newly established right, and to encourage co-parenting after divorce. It more or less just made co-parenting the legal starting point for talks between the parents. It really didn't, parents could easily opt out if they could argue in front of the judge, this may not be the right thing for us. If one of the parents is working a 60-hour job per week, this may not be feasible in practice. And also these very negative cases where there's, for good reason, a separation of the father from that family in case of violence or otherwise, this would also not be the case. And there's a second component through which this possibility of co-parenting really was driven home to parents, especially to fathers, and that was because now, after the reform, at the time of filing for divorce, they had to submit a parenting plan. And in this parenting plan, they, of course, had to include whether they wanted to have co-parenting, so joint physical custody, or sole custody by one or the other parents. And then they could include a number of other the sort of features, how they want to parent their child, and this was very customizable. So some of them can also specify a maximum mutual living distance between parents. This can be either in kilometers distance, in commuting time, by whatever mode of transportation. But this, of course, makes it very salient that there is a restriction in the unilateral relocation opportunities. And just to say, the parents who choose into co-parenting or opt into co-parenting, they are very positively selected. So both mothers and fathers are more highly educated, they are more likely to be employed, they work more hours, and importantly, they also have less of a gap in hours between them, and they share childcare more equally pre-divorce. They also have less conservative gender norms. So really, these are what you can think of as like good moms and good dads. What's important, though, is that it doesn't change dramatically the type of parent that opts into co-parenting pre- and post-divorce reform. They become a tiny bit less positively selected, the compliers. So those who originally didn't choose co-parenting, but then post-reform, this increased share that chose co-parenting, they're still positively selected, but a little bit less so than the sort of always takers. And now, the data that I'm using come from Statistics Netherlands, so the Dutch administrative data. The main data sets are fairly standard administrative data sets, sort of household composition that includes the age, education, gender, number and age of children, and then of course the cohabitation and marital status of parents, and the IDs of each so that I can link them over time. I combine that with the employment data that have monthly observations, including hours, earnings, the sector of firms, and location of the employer. So they don't include occupation, I mentioned that, but one nice thing is that they do include hours. And I think in the Dutch context that's quite relevant because the hours distribution, especially of mothers, is pretty smooth. So there's no one part-time spike, one full-time spike. There's a lot of freedom and flexibility in how individuals choose their hours worked, so it matters a lot to be able to control for that. Yes?
Sorry if you've already mentioned this and maybe I missed it, but so you talked about selection into co-parenting, but what about selection into divorcing? Because if now all of a sudden I might have to co-parent or that's an option, maybe people who decide to divorce. So I'm just trying to understand what is the counterfactual.
This was a key concern, and it does not seem to be the case. So I can show that parents, I get to that in a bit, but who divorce pre and post reform, they don't differ on observables. There's no big jump in the number of divorces, and there's also an official review by the Dutch Ministry of Justice that checked if this reform imposed any additional barriers to divorce that would lead couples that would have wanted to divorce prior to not be able to do so after. I have the location of the employer at the 4-digit postcode level, and this is what I'm going to use as my measure for mobility later on. One thing that's important to say here is that I have the location of the firm, of the head office. So this means that I don't have the plant level, and for the mobility analysis, I'm going to restrict the sample to single establishment firms to be able to pinpoint exactly where firms are located. I'll show you before, though, that the effect does not differ by single establishment firms or not. In this admin data, there's no information on who exactly co-parents or not. This is why I complement the admin data with the new families in the Netherlands survey. It's a few thousand individuals. It's a sociologist from Utrecht University who has collected this very nice and detailed information about post-divorce parenting arrangements, a lot of detail, and importantly for me, co-parenting status, and also some measure of sort of distance from ex-partner that is different from the one that I have in the admin data. Yes?
Relatedly, do you have any information about time use? In that, my sense, at least for the US, is that joint custody is very far from a 50-50 sharing of the actual time with the child. So some of the labor supply effects will be constrained by the actual division of hours.
So in this survey, it's very nice because they ask for each for a month period, which day of the month the child was with which parent. And so I treat anybody as co-parenting with between 40 and 60% of the time. And so close to 50-50, but it doesn't have to be exactly 50-50. I could do some sort of extending that to 30-70 or not. But yeah, it's at least by day, so that is there. Now, I'm pretty light on the sample selection. I choose any individual that's aged between 18 and 60 at the time of divorce and has a child aged 10 or younger. So this means that the age of 60 cutoff is not binding for mothers, but it is for fathers. And then I also choose the sample to be individuals divorcing between sort of in 18 months cutoffs on each side of the reform date. So those who are divorcing between September 2007 and August 2010. So the first group is my group of control divorcees, and the darker one, the ones who are treated, so who have the greater chance of co-parenting. Now, I'm going to show you two pieces of evidence that come from the survey data, and this is sort of my first stage. It shows that the reform indeed had an effect, but it was relatively mild. And that I attribute, of course, to the fact that the reform by no means made co-parenting mandatory. And it also helps explain why I don't find different selection into divorce or a change in the number of divorces after the reform, because it was just basically a salience thing. So you see that the share of divorced parents who co-parent after divorce increased by about 8 percentage points. So it was, even after far from becoming the main parenting arrangement, it's still mostly sole physical custody by mothers. Now, and the second piece of evidence that goes towards the mechanism side is the distance between parents who are co-parenting or not. And I think this is very nice because the survey has the exact distance from ex-partners in minutes. So these are self-reported minutes in whatever means of transportation is relevant to the parents. It can be cycling, the Netherlands, it can be driving if these parents live in more rural areas. But what you see is that if they're not co-parenting, there's quite a wide range of distance between these parents. However, if you look at the subset of parents who co-parent, it's not only that the median distance goes down, it's the whole distribution that's much more compressed. So these parents really live very close to each other. Now, let me talk to you a bit about the design. It's a fairly straightforward event study differences and differences design, and I have an intention to treat framework. So I'm going to be, so my coefficient of interest is going to be this gamma j, which compares the difference in post-divorce outcomes of the treated cohort, so the post-reform cohort, relative to the post-divorce outcomes of the control group. And I'm going to be controlling for individual fixed effects, of course. And in addition to just normal time fixed effects, as in month fixed effects, I think in this setting, given that the reform happened very close to the Great Recession, it's important to control for a bit more. So I don't only control for month fixed effects in my main specification, but rather month times labor market region, and sometimes also extending this to month times region times sector fixed effects. Standard errors are clustered at the individual level. Now, a bit to one of the questions earlier, there does not seem to be any selection into treatment. I can show you that the characteristics really of parents who divorce pre and post reform are very, very similar. Here, I highlighted those, so I'm only showing you a subset, and including those who are not balanced. And those who are not balanced are really the ages, because age at divorce is increasing in line with age at marriage increasing, and the nominal labor market outcomes such as earnings and wages, which we would hope to increase, to see increase over time. And also, if I look at the ones that are not balanced, I can see that really there's no break around the time of the reform, but rather there's really it's a smooth upward trend. There doesn't also seem to be strategic timing in divorce, so that people bunch right before or after the reform date. You'll see in my event studies that parallel trends do seem to be supported. And there are no other time-varying confounders in terms of family policy. But of course, I mentioned already, twice, it's that there is the Great Recession. So I do quite a bit throughout the paper to address this. But perhaps just one thing, we all know that the Great Recession was a he session, so that men on average were more negatively affected than women. But of course, that is not the main reason why we can't see anything. But I think the main way to address this really is these month times region fixed effects, which net out all the perhaps local labor market issues that might be happening at the same time. Now, what do I find? This main result is that mothers who are treated by this reform, relative to those who are not, see a persistent decline in their hourly wages. So on the x-axis, you see 6-month periods around the time of divorce, and I normalized to the 6 months prior to divorce. On the y-axis, you have log wages. This, again, is the intention to treat setting, so the effects do seem relatively small. And you see that this negative wage effect opens up gradually over time. And this is consistent with sort of not moving towards these better jobs. If I split this into treated and control groups, you really see it much more clearly. So the light color is those mothers who were in the control group, who see wage increases, and earnings look pretty much the same, post-divorce, whereas this darker group, the treated mothers, they have flat wage profiles. They do not see this wage growth. Now, I'm only going to show you very little about fathers. One of them is this wage graph, and you see that pretty much nothing happens to fathers' wages in either direction. Now, I already mentioned that children who are teenagers, so who are 11, 12 to 17, they really don't like being co-parented. So I'm going to be using those as a placebo group to further reinforce that the effects that I do observe are driven by parents who co-parent and not by something else that may be happening at the same time. We know there's a literature on graduating into recession. It could be that divorcing in a recession per se is bad, but it seems that really, so on the left you see these younger children that are just for the different fixed effect specification, the effect is very stable. When you compare them to older children, you find really null results for older children, if anything, minimally positive point estimates. Now, I wanted to show you this because I'm going to later be looking at the single establishment firms only. So I do a number of robustness here as well, looking, for example, at a donut hole design that excludes the immediate months around the reform date. Effects are similar. I can interact linearly a trend with the unemployment rate in the region at the time of divorce. It doesn't seem to be driving the effect. But importantly, single establishment firms, even though the sample is much smaller, it does not seem to be affecting differentially whether mothers who are in single establishment firms, whether they see this negative wage effect or not. Now to the hour side. If you look at hours, again, we have these 6 month periods around divorce on the x-axis. There doesn't seem to be anything after 1.5 years to 2 years. However, you see this immediate dip, which is quite, I found this very puzzling at first. that mothers who now spend less time on childcare also work a little bit less. This is entirely driven by more overtime work in the control group. So mothers who move to these new jobs perhaps want to prove that despite having a young child and being a divorced mom, they're a good worker and put in more overtime. The overtime vanishes, though, after a year or so. So really this entire bump in the control group is driven by initially more overtime. And again, for fathers, you see very little. If you look very closely, you see kind of a decrease in fathers' hours worked, but it's very slight and not super large. Part of the reason, oh yes.
I find it very plausible that they're trying to prove something to their employer because they're a newly divorced mother. It just seems probably their income fall is greater because the father might be putting less effort, and she needs also more childcare hours now that there is no father that's involved.
The father should still be putting, of course, it may not be through. The divorce is relatively fast in the Netherlands. So if there's a child support settlement, it should come pretty soon, about 3 months.
I'm talking about your control group.
The control group, yes. So you think it's other reasons that why they work more overtime?
Work more because they're trying to prove something to their employers.
Okay. No?
This is
Okay. Okay, thank you. I'll think about it more. To me, this seemed like a no.
The hours, they're administrative?
Yes, administrative.
Is there overtime in pay?
Yes, there is overtime in pay.
Okay.
So this is the total hours.
And overtime is after 35?
Overtime is as per the contract. So if somebody has a 20-hour contract, overtime is going to be sooner.
Yeah, I forgot it is the Netherlands.
It's quite different.
At 20 hours, that's right.
But they're separately
Yeah, I
reported, so
forgot.
there's base hours and overtime hours that you can cleanly distinguish.
Okay.
Can I ask you a last
Yes,
question?
please.
Maybe not relevant, but so can we think about what part of the growth in earnings for those who have sole custody, what part comes from? Because I think initially I thought it was a story of tide stayers, tide mover, right? That happened way before divorce, right? But for those, do you see that those who don't have the joint custody are more likely maybe to take a job that is further away? Is that the mechanism that they are re-optimizing? Or maybe based on personal experience, the one who had to co-parent, then they have this huge burden of coordinating everything and blah, blah, but that falls on them anyway.
I would love to be able to do that, but in the survey data, I see the co-parenting status. In the admin data, I see where they move, so I cannot combine these two. There is a big spike in mobility rates in general after divorce. So parents with young kids, they move really little across municipalities, across regions, but it's the one time when they have this chance to re-optimize and really they go up by about 50%. But of course, I can't link that on the individual level. All right, a little bit of heterogeneity here. When I split the samples by different margins that I find relevant, I find that mothers who are below median age at divorce at 38 in the sample have larger effects than those who are older, similarly those who were secondary earners during marriage. And I should say here, if I look at secondary earners who are fathers, the effect is pretty similar in magnitude, if not slightly larger in absolute terms, but it's 800 fathers. So I have very little power to see anything. But it doesn't seem to be really that it's only mothers. It seems for fathers who sort of have the more female role during marriage, these penalties also show up. And then, as I mentioned earlier, it's more highly educated mothers who could have potentially gained more from moving. Now, there was a question earlier about the age cutoff, and this is cumulative. So it's always a child age 6 or younger, a child age 7 or younger. The point estimates, I don't have enough power in the sample to do this one by one, but you do see that the greatest negative effects are really in the sort of early primary school age. Now, okay, let me skip this. I drew a number of robustness checks. If you would like to see anything, please let me know. Yes, also regarding the Great Recession, but this hasn't come up too much today. I wanted to show you a bit more on the mechanism that I think is at play. And I already said, I think it's a mobility constraint issue that doesn't allow parents to move further away, and that especially mothers are the ones who would have otherwise liked to move or gained from moving. Here, I'm going to be looking at the location of workplaces that are single establishment firms. So I'm going to be looking at how close or how far the ex-husband and the ex-wife are working from each other. And you see that prior to divorce, there is virtually no difference in the treated and control group. However, the picture looks, if you don't look at the labels on the axis, looks pretty much the same as the wage picture. That it's gradually, over time, that these individuals are working in greater proximity to each other. And again, it's not that they're moving closer together, it's rather that the control group moved further apart. So again, there's a flat line here and an increasing control group. And you may think, okay, this is about 2 kilometers. 2 kilometers should be easy to overcome by commuting. Again, this is an intention to treat estimate. If you scale this up, it's about 13.2 kilometers distance in century. So travel time can be more substantial, and I think Ilaria is later going to say a bit about how even smaller changes in commuting or congestion can affect labor market outcomes of parents by a lot. So this is not small. Now I can look at an alternative outcome, for example, the probability of divorcing parents to remain in the same municipality post-divorce. And here you see also that prior to divorce, there's not much of a difference, but after these ex-partners are about 3 percentage points more likely to work in the same municipality. Because I have a few minutes, I can show you this. No, sorry. Yes. Oh, yes.
Envelope calculation as to how much it benefits you to be living next to your ex-spouse and sharing the custody this way, which meaning 1 week per every 2, you're not paying for the kids' food, you're not paying for the kids' childcare, you're not doing the transportation arrangements, and how much they're giving up in terms of future wages. Because it'd be interesting to see if on net, I mean, you care about money, but you care about how you're spending your money. On net, they may not be better off in terms of what that purchasing power gets them.
It's true. It's a little bit tricky for me to do this because I don't know exactly who is co-parenting. So there's a wide range of income distributions in the sample. And in the survey data, I see hours worked and employment status, but I don't have their wages, even self-reported. So it's hard. Most likely, it's those parents who are higher earning, who can afford to have a bedroom for the child in 2 homes, for example. So there's an additional cost margin as well. But it's but those people, those parents are probably also the ones who would spend more on their child. So in that sense, you would have what you say, that if somebody pays more on that, that you don't have to pay, you would also see it's a bit of a more net benefit. But at the same time, I would still want them to be in jobs that pay them more per hour and rather reduce their hours, rather than them continuing to work the hours. I sadly cannot do this in a credible way, I think, what you suggest, but it would be really nice to see. Yes. Oh.
Sorry, I was just wondering if you have any sense of extending the time period longer into the future. Does this peter out over time?
The reason why I kept it at 2 years is that there's evidence that custody arrangements are pretty stable in close to 90% for up to 2 years. After that, there can be renegotiations and so on. So it's less clear which share would still be in shared custody, shared physical custody. I've extended it by a little bit, by 3 to 4 years, and the results, they don't increase. So the wage part, up to 2 years, it goes down. It doesn't go down any further, but it stays roughly at that level. So it stays at about minus 1.1 in the sort of later years. But I haven't done the very long run analysis.
So 2 quick questions. One, as soon as the child turns 18, then presumably, I mean, not exactly then because they don't leave always, but maybe you would see a bigger jump in the mom moving. So it'd be interesting if there's any slight discontinuity in the jump at age 18. And then second, for this debate about whether this is good or bad, another question as a policymaker I would have is, can you look at any child outcomes? So is it better for the child, despite the earnings penalty for the mom, as a mom, I might be still okay with that if it's better for my child to have good involvement from both parents.
totally. I think so. The mums internalize this, and I would assume that. So they're not like stupid in making this decision. And I think most parents would rather their child has better outcomes than this. I don't have great data for the child outcomes. So there's school information, but it's more or less sort of completion of which level of schooling. And also, I can't really look at many kids who are 18 yet because it's too early. But also, it would come at a time in life for parents when they're much less likely to move in general. And also when they would see less of an earnings boost on average from moving. All right. Yes, I just mentioned, like, I also did this by labor market concentration, and you really see it's those parents in the more concentrated labor markets during marriage who would have moved away but then didn't, and also it's those who see the much larger negative wage effects. Somebody asked on alimony earlier. I wanted to show this at the end. It's just really that there's no correlation between alimony and co-parenting in the survey data. But let me conclude here, I'm almost out of time. So I showed you that this reform that increased co-parenting also slowed wage growth for mothers after divorce, and that ex-partners remained working in closer proximity, which is consistent with the story of a post-divorce co-location problem that, in terms of labor market outcomes, binds on average only for mothers. And there, of course, you have a policy trade-off. If there's evidence that children benefit, and of course mothers know this, but you also have this clear economic cost that mothers are exposed to, and also they're inefficiently allocated across basic. If somebody could really contribute more economically, that's why they paid a higher wage elsewhere. This is sort of a loss at a macro level. And one policy consideration could be, irrespective of the potential unclear effects for now of remote work on longer run career outcomes, I think this is a key demographic that could benefit from greater remote work because it would allow these mothers to overcome this location constraint and access higher paying labor markets further away. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Katarina. Next up, we'll have Ursina, who will be telling us about happily underinsured ever after.
Great. Thanks so much to the organizer for putting us on the program. This is a project with a fantastic team of co-authors. Two of them are in the room today. So Anna Costa from Zurich is sitting right here, and Johannes Stupperich, who's our former RA and now a PhD student at Stanford, is hiding in the back of the room, which he shouldn't be doing. And Michaela is also in Zurich, and Neuchâtel, and is joining us on Zoom today. All right. In many industrialized countries, households specialize after children get born, with mothers typically reducing their labor force attachment. And on the one hand, this kind of specialization may in fact maximize joint household income, especially if we think that there are kind of convex returns to investments in the labor market. But on the other hand, the specialization might also imply a financial risk for the lower earner in the household if it ends up that the couple ever separates. And this financial risk arises because in most countries, typically after a couple gets divorced, the lower earner no longer partakes in the career returns that accrue to the higher earner post-separation, or at least they don't sort of partake in those returns to a similar extent as if the couple had stayed married. Of course, if we live in a world with perfectly rational agents, couples who decide to have a kid and how to specialize would sort of correctly know what their separation likelihood is, and then sort of make the specialization decision based on that risk and sort of correctly insure that risk. However, there's sort of two empirical pieces that kind of hint that this might not be the world that we live in. On the one hand, psychologists have shown in studies already in the 1990s that people tend to have relatively overly optimistic beliefs when it comes to assessing their own separation likelihood relative to, say, a national level benchmark. And then second, across many different countries, economists and other social scientists have shown that women relative to men tend to face much more pronounced financial challenges after divorce, which at least to some extent suggests that the couple hasn't managed to smooth consumption and income equally for both sides of the couple if this state were to occur. And so in this paper, we're trying to kind of get at this question head on, and we're trying to ask whether couple specialization choices properly account for the risks of separation, or whether it might be the case that sort of overly optimistic beliefs about happily staying together ever after leads women to kind of over-specialize in home relative to market. The way that we try to operationalize this question is that we ask whether beliefs about the risks of separation affect a household specialization and insurance decision. And what we're trying to do here is we're trying to shock these beliefs about the risk of separation in a large-scale field experiment. We run this RCT. Let me just conclude with like 3 slides of intro, and then I'm happy to waive the 10-minute rule. Great. But if things are unclear about the setting, you should ask me now. All right. We're running this experiment in Switzerland with about 1,500 female teachers. They're all in a relationship, and they all have specialized in the sense that they have kids, and they all work part-time. So the average woman in our sample, this is actually quite similar to the Netherlands, works 2 days per week. Our treatment is going to consist in a documentary-style video with real protagonists, and the goal of the video is to make the probability and the consequences of divorce relatable, while at the same time offering, but in a relatively subtle way, some pointers on mitigation of financial risk. And what's nice about our setting is that we can run our RCT and collect the survey data as we want, and then we can merge it to personnel records of the employer to observe these women's work hours after the treatment 1 year later. I'm going to show you that our treatment increases insurance against the risk of separation through 2 main channels that should both ensure that the wife has a better consumption or income smoothing around the time of divorce if that should occur. The first one is a financial channel where couples could save more today or set up compensation payments within the couple to make sure that the wife is better financially insured in the case of divorce. And we see that treated women score 0.3 standard deviations higher on a savings index. That's across some survey measures of plans to save and compensate. And we also see that the treatment is 55% more likely relative to the control group mean to sign up for a compensation tool. This is incentivized, and this tool sort of lets them calculate the magnitude of compensation payments based on prior work history and future plans. The second channel to insure against the risks of divorce is if the wife already today has a higher labor supply and therefore a higher income if divorce were to occur in the future. And we do also see some movement on this channel. We see that the treatment group is 2.5% over the control mean, increases their work hours by 2.5% over the control mean. One dimension of heterogeneity that we were particularly interested in was looking at whether how well insured against the risk of separation you are at baseline matters for your response to our treatment. And we do find that women with lower levels of insurance, if divorce were to occur to them tomorrow, move more strongly on this labor supply margin. They increase their hours by 6.5%. What's the implications of our findings? We think that these findings kind of show that the currently low levels of maternal labor supply that we observe in the real world are, at least in part, the result of women under-insuring against the potential risk of separation. All right, I'm going to waive the 10-minute rule now. So, Sonia, did you want to ask a question?
The risk of separation is also a function of how much you invest in domestic life. So it's a function of household specialization.
It could be, yes.
So can you look, in your outcomes, I guess what's relevant is, can you look at whether they're more likely to separate?
Yes. So we can't look at separation in administrative data, but we ask them in a follow-up a large question battery about their happiness with their relationship in many different ways. And if anything, the treatment actually makes the relationship more stable. And as you'll see in the result, the treatment also makes the treatment group much more likely to seek actually a conversation with their partner about this topic. But yeah, thanks. All right. We contribute to 3 main strands of literature with this paper. First, a lot of amazing scholars in this room have studied the legal and economic environment and how that affects the marital allocations of couples. In this paper, we try to contribute to this by emphasizing that beliefs also seem to play a role in how households specialize. Second, a large literature is centered around explaining why it is that mothers work less when children arrive. In this paper, we're trying to look at maternal labor supply within this household level arrangement, and we're trying to document that sort of over-optimism about how long this arrangement will last may lead women to over-specialize in home. And then third, a large literature in behavioral economics is on non-standard beliefs, and we apply this to family economics. What's nice about our setting is that in a real-world context, we can kind of shift these beliefs and then measure a high-stakes real-world outcome and show that that can move. All right, this is a roadmap of the talk. I'm going to start by giving you a little bit more context information about female labor supply in Switzerland and the legal framework of divorce. Similarly, actually, to the Netherlands, so it was great to have the prior presentation. A lot of mothers work, a lot of moms with kids participate in the labor force, but most of these mothers work part-time. So part-time is very prevalent in the Swiss context. The other thing that's sort of useful to keep in the back of your mind as we think about the implications of divorce is that Switzerland is a country in which pension is the large part that ensures your standard of living during retirement is directly proportional to salary. So what you're going to pay in during your time in the labor market is sort of very closely tied to what you're going to get out. We're working with female teachers, and which is sort of a useful sample for us. But I just want to highlight that they look very similar to average mothers, especially to average mothers with tertiary education. So similarly to the average mom in Switzerland, female teachers experience large decreases in their work hours, so in their employment level around the childbearing ages. One thing that's nice about working with teachers is that they have relatively low hurdles to increase their work hours. So we conduct the experiment during a time of teacher shortages, meaning there should be low demand-side hurdles to adjust labor supply. And we time the intervention at the beginning of the yearly planning period, where teachers try to figure out with their principals how much they're going to work in the next school year. I think there was a question, yeah. The fertility decision, yes. So unlikely, the average age in our sample is 41, and the age of the youngest child is, I think, 7.5. So we think, by and large, these teachers have likely completed fertility. Yeah. Anjali. Great question. Yes. So there's no official statistics. The best thing that we have is estimates from lawyers who write these contracts, and those estimates say that less than 2% of marriages have a prenup agreement. Yeah. And then one in the back.
Sorry, I was going to ask, if given these prenups or not, is there ever an agreement that any percent of the pension would go toward sorry.
Thank you. No, great segue. Perfect. This is really important, and it's also going to matter from country to country, so I'm also happy to talk about how that validates against other settings. So in Switzerland, the divorce rate is similar to the US at 40%. The divorce patterns among teachers are similar to those with tertiary education. And the legal framework is such that any assets, including any pension savings that you accumulate during the years in which the couple is married, are going to get split in half at the time of the divorce. Okay? However, Switzerland is also a context, even more strongly than the Netherlands, where there's as good as no spousal alimony. So what that means is that while there are child support payments for which actually both parents are financially responsible, there's no payment, like no spousal maintenance that would go from the former higher earner to the lower earner for their own financial stability. So you're just responsible economically for yourself. And prenups and notarized contracts, of course, you could make such a contract and exempt yourself from those overall rules, but they're very rare in practice. Not for nothing, in Switzerland, similar to other countries, we do observe relatively large gender gaps among divorced parents, and those come from there being relatively little catch-up to overcome these sticky specialization choices that happened during marriage. So while we do see that divorced mothers work more relative to the mothers who stay married, they still tend to work a lot less than divorced fathers. Part of that is because the children tend to stay much more with the mother than with the father. The households of divorced mothers, about a quarter of those are classified as having low financial resources. Just in contrast, 8% of households of divorced dads, or 8% of households with kids in general, are classified as low financial resources. And despite the fact that that the pension gets equalized at the time of divorce, because often divorce happens quite some time before people retire, we still observe pretty large gender gaps in terms of pension receipt of about 30%. All right. Yeah.
So the division of the pension is administrative, so there's no enforcement issue?
There shouldn't be an enforcement issue, but that's a good question. Yes, because this is these are accounts that are held by the government or by pension funds. Yeah.
And so it's just so there's a decision in the court, and then the pension gets split.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah. Or the couple can decide outside of the court, but this is sort of what gets applied. Yes. There could be, if there's sort of child maintenance payments, there might be delays and people sort of not paying. Yeah. Okay. Great. Yeah.
Is there an age requirement that, I don't know, about duration of marriage to have a right to your husband's pension, even if you divorce?
So for the pension, it's really just the number of years that you're married. So we're doing this study after like 5 years where the federal court has significantly lowered the spousal alimony claims. It used to be the case earlier that the court should take into account the duration of the marriage to decide if there was claim for spousal alimony. But even in the early 2000s, I think less than 15% of mothers of kids got awarded spousal alimony. Yeah. All right. Before diving into the results of the RCT, I just want to spend one slide going through a conceptual framework to look at what happens to household specialization and savings when couples revise their beliefs about the separation risk. For that, we set up a very simple toy model. It's a 2-period household model that features a wife who's the lower earner and a husband who's the higher earner. And the household in period 1 makes a choice over 2 main variables. They choose how much to save in period 1 to transfer over to period 2, and they're going to decide what share of the wife's time goes into the labor market. With the rest of her time, the wife's going to produce a household public good that benefits both spouses. And we think of tau and model tau as an adjustment cost, so it's going to determine the wife's income in both periods. What that means is that you can think of this as human capital depreciation for taking time out of the labor market or habit formation, for example. With probability phi, the couple gets divorced in period 2, in which case savings are going to be split equally, but each spouse keeps their own income, kind of reflecting the Swiss setting. So what happens in this framework if the household shifts upwards their belief about the likelihood of getting separated? What that means is that the divorce state in period 1 becomes more likely and gets more weight in the household's maximization problem. And this is the state in which the wife has lower consumption. So the household will react by wanting to better insure the wife against this consumption drop. And as I mentioned, they can do that through labor market investment and savings. The prediction of the model is that when phi goes up, the wife's labor market investment always weekly goes up, whereas the savings response can be ambiguous. And the reason that that's the case is that labor supply provides a very targeted form of insurance because any income in period 2 that the wife makes will accrue directly to her own, whereas savings are going to get split at the time of divorce and are therefore essentially taxed. So it can be the case that labor market investments is such an effective insurance channel that it can crowd out a savings response. In terms of welfare, what we show is that raising overly optimistic separation beliefs in a couple should increase that, or increases the couple's ex-ante expected utility. Of course, ex post, it could lower it. But there's going to be a distributional impact in the sense that it's going to shift expected consumption utility from the higher to the lower earner within the couple. Yeah, Emily.
Lost, but I thought you said that the experiment is actually going to make the couples more stable, so kind of lowers, it's kind of this, I'm trying to think of like maybe see what I forget Greek letters goes up, but then it actually goes down in the actual results. And why not also model the knowledge of how insured I am as opposed to the divorce probability?
Sorry, the last point I did.
So you're modeling right now an increase in probability of divorce, whereas you could also model
belief about the probability.
Yeah,
of divorce.
but you could also model as a change in the belief about how insured I am.
Yes.
Which then, if the relationship becomes more stable, all the results would still go through.
Yes. So in the paper, we actually have a parameter, so we can vary how much income each spouse keeps in the case of divorce. We show that if you shock the belief about that, the predictions go exactly in the same direction. But that's a great question. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah.
Is there any room for heterogeneity in beliefs? And do you have a sense of, before your experiment, maybe women are more or less optimistic than husbands, and if that matters for the predictions?
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. So there's sort of maybe two things I want to mention that your question sort of alludes to. So the first thing is that we don't know what should be your correct separation belief, right? That's inherently unobservable. It's going to be unobservable to the individual as well. What we can show in this paper is that on average, we have good reason to believe that these women are too optimistic relative to a benchmark about their separation likelihood. And I can show you a directional effect in the RCT that when I shift these beliefs upwards, then people rearrange their specialization decision. But I'm not going to be able to sort of talk about optimality more generally. Yeah.
You know, I appreciate what you do for simplicity.
Yeah.
But in a bit more complicated model, that probability of divorce would go up if people expect there to be more divorce the following period, because if they work more, women are more willing to walk away because they have greater insurance.
Yeah.
So that would say, in a world in which you could observe the couples and say, who's the one who's walking away? It would say that women would be more likely now to be the ones who walk away.
Yeah.
And okay, so I'm just saying.
This is very simplified. This is very simplified, and it's mostly just to kind of fix ideas about the parameters that we're talking about. But point well noted. And if you have suggestions on how to extend that, we're very open.
It'd be interesting to see just heterogeneity in terms of,
the prior divorce belief.
Yeah.
That's a model with transfer volatility. Model with no transfer volatility, the more money you have. Not she has that.
She has money, and even in a model of bargaining, it's somewhat transferable utility, as long as you don't have perfectly transferable utility.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, no, thanks. Point well taken. And sorry, to go back actually to your question, one thing to mention here as well is that we were incredibly concerned about contaminating the control group. So we didn't actually elicit baseline beliefs. We also found that in pilots, when you ask people straight out what they think their divorce likelihood is, everybody's just going to tell you 0. So I'm going to show you the ways in which we try to get at that. All right. Let me talk a little bit about the data and the design. We recruit teachers in 2 cantons in Switzerland through their employer. We're going to do an individual level randomization that's stratified, and we end up with a main analysis sample of 1,438 female teachers. They're each between 25 and 50. They all have a partner, but they're not necessarily all married. And they all have kids, and they all work part-time. You can see the timeline here. So we have a baseline, intervention, and end line at the end of November 2023, which is just at the start when teachers start to bargain with their principal about how much they want to work next year. And then 3 months later, we do a follow-up that has about a 64% response rate. And 1 year later, we can observe these teachers' employment level in the administrative data. I'm going to show you the treatment material in the next slide. It consists of a documentary-style video of about 5 minutes. We hired a journalist from Swiss Public Television to produce this video for us, and the video just shows these protagonists narrating their personal story. There's no additional commentary. Or something like that. And our goal was to make both the possibility and the potential consequences of divorce more relatable, and offer some pointers on how to mitigate risk. We have an active control group that watches public television videos of similar duration. We have one control that looks at mental health help seeking for adults, because we wanted to have a bit more of a sensitive topic, and one topic that's completely unrelated, so how kids process images on screen. When we do treatment effects against either one of those control groups, there's no much difference. Okay, for privacy reasons, I switched the faces and changed the names of our protagonists. The video features a woman named Sandra who recently got divorced. She has 2 kids in her early teens. And when she became a mother, her and her ex-husband decided that they wanted the kids to grow up at home with a lot of nurturing and love. And so they just decided that she would work 2 days a week. Sorry, did you have a question, Laura? Yeah.
Sorry, so this one mentions finances, and it sounds like maybe your control videos don't. And that's my clarification here.
Yeah, yes.
So part of your treatment could just be the mentioning of finances in general.
That matters. Let me think about that a little more. Yeah, I think that could be a concern. Thanks. All right. So I think maybe a better answer to your question is that I'm going to try to show you that their beliefs also move. Yes. So in that sense, yeah. Thanks. Okay, so this woman says that about divorce, she always thought that it only happens to other people, although one has, of course, the statistics in mind, and in the end, it was actually her who decided the relationship was no longer working for her. She mentions the financial implications for her, and that there's a clear difference between her and her ex-husband, where he essentially continues on his path in the labor market, but for her, the financial burden remains for years to come. And she also says that she was absolutely not aware that when the couple jointly made the specialization choice, that she would pay the financial price of it. We wanted to contrast that with a couple who's still happily together, but who's actively trying to ensure this risk. So Claudia and Thomas also have 2 kids, and they actually also specialized when the kids arrived, but they set up a notarized compensation agreement, and they talk at length about this agreement. So Thomas compensates half of Claudia's lost salary and all of her lost pension income. And sort of in the video, they together emphasize the importance to proactively discuss this topic in a relationship when things are still good, not at the point where things are getting sour. All right, we're going to run very simple regressions where we look at an outcome with a treatment indicator. We're going to use PDS lasso to select controls and have straight fixed effects in there. We're balanced at baseline in the follow-up and the administrative data, and we can also show that there's no selective attrition by treatment status interacted with baseline controls for the follow-up and for the admin data. All right. Timer anymore. All right, motivational evidence. Before showing you the results, Let me just show you why we think that our sample has relatively optimistic beliefs about their own relationship. And as I mentioned, we're going to try to do that in two relatively indirect ways. The first way we try to get at that is with a list experiment, where we randomize participants into seeing one of two questions. The first group of participants sees a question that asks them to think about the 4 closest couples that they know and how many out of those they think will divorce over their lifetime or separate. And the other group sees the same question but is asked about the 4 closest couple plus their own relationship. By comparing the counts between those groups, we can back out an indirect measure of own separation likelihood. Let me first show you the national average. So our participants are around age 40 on average. So what I'm showing you as the national benchmark is if you're conditional on still being married at age 40, what's your divorce likelihood? That is 27%. And we see that participants think that that's exactly actually the rate at which their friends will divorce. When it comes to their own divorce likelihood, we sort of back that out from the group-wise comparison. We see that that's at 16% and significantly lower than the national level benchmark. The second way we try to get at the divorce likelihood, because we also wanted an individual level measure, is that we give respondents after the treatment, so this is only using the control group, a question battery about different scenarios in retirement, and we ask them sort of, what do you think is the likelihood that one of your kids will still live with you? But in that, we kind of hide some questions that ask them about the probability of still living with their current partner. If we use that question, we see that about 14% of the sample that the probability of not living with their current partner at the time of retirement is 14%, so relatively close to what we get out of the list experiment. All right, diving into results. Yeah.
Maybe from administrative data, you could get the incidence among teachers, the friends help, but unless their friends are their colleagues, is it a selected group in many ways? Is educated and pro-social and so on?
Oh, you want me to compare the teachers to the 27%?
National average doesn't tell me very much.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, we can do that. Thanks. All right. Okay. I'm first going to show you insurance along financial channels. These are all elicited in the survey. We have a sign up for a compensation tool that's incentivized by participants entering a lottery and then deciding sort of if they win, if they want to take the full amount or pay some amount to get access to this tool. We see that 23% of the control group sign up for this compensation tool, and that increases by about 13 percentage points for the treatment group, which is a 55% increase over the control group mean. We also ask participants to provide both their own and their partner's email address to facilitate access to that tool, and we actually see similarly sized treatment effects for people putting in a valid email address both for themselves and their partner. We also ask in the survey whether they plan to set up compensation payments within the couple or whether they plan to save more. We see a treatment effect for compensation payments, but we actually don't see a significant treatment effect for plans to save more. We combine the bold printed outcomes as pre-specified into a savings index, and we see that the treatment moves this by 0.3 standard deviations. Going to labor supply, what I'm going to show you here as an outcome is the change in the employment level in the academic year after the intervention minus the employment level in the year of the intervention, so before the treatment. What we see is the control group slightly increases their hours by less than 1 percentage points. And we see that the treated teachers increase their work hours by 1 percentage point, which doesn't seem like a very large number, but relative to the control group mean, so these people work around 40%, amounts to about 2.5%. All right. In the survey, we also asked about their employment level plans into the future. Of course, those are not verified in the admin data, but we also see that the treatment sort of shifts plans to work more in the future by about 7% over the control group mean. Yeah.
In practice, how do these teachers actually increase their hours? Do they have to like take on another day, or like how lumpy are hours in this setting?
Yeah, they're relatively non-lumpy, so they're relatively flexible to increase by sort of just 2 hours or 4 hours. In our prior paper, we did see, I think here we have fewer observations. In our prior paper, where teachers increased their labor supply, we saw kind of a bump in the distribution of teachers sort of shifting by a half day. Here, we have fewer observations, so this is harder to see.
Just one thing, there are children involved.
Yeah.
And so does
they might be lost.
So does this mean that children in Switzerland have like 2 teachers a week?
Yes, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I just
exactly.
couldn't figure out how we were meshing the children,
To
who
the
after all
teachers.
are full-time,
Yes, I know.
with teachers who are part-time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I think one of our co-authors on the prior paper, her kid went to a school with 400 kids and 100 teachers, so that's how, yeah. Denise.
Did you have a chance to ask in the future whether they have a decision of like intent to switch from part-time to full-time? Or is it a hard decision to make to begin with?
I think we could get that from the data. I think, as you can see here, very few people actually want to work full-time. Teaching is also an occupation where the men tend to not work full-time in Switzerland because it is so flexible. Yeah. Vilge.
Any changes in the childcare arrangements that they make afterwards? I mean, I don't know if it's the case in Switzerland. In Germany, for example, school ends really early.
Yeah.
So when you talk to women, they actually say, like, look, this is the reason why I'm working part-time, because I just cannot afford to do full-time. It's just it's not that common.
I think sort of the treatment effects that we measure here on labor supply are not super huge. So my guess, but that's just an educated guess because we don't actually ask that in the survey, that there's some capacity to increase that they haven't fully gotten to, and they're doing that thanks to the treatment. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't measure that. That would have been nice. Yeah, if the husbands take over more. In prior work, we have found that the men really don't move, even when the women increase their labor supply. Yeah. All right. Good. Okay. Let me just mention this heterogeneity dimension that we do. So we try to capture the ability of women to be better able to consumption smooth in the case that divorce would occur. And we built this thing that is called a separation insurance index, where we put in labor market attachment variables and savings variables that are both kind of meant to capture how well a woman would be insured if divorce were to occur tomorrow. When we do heterogeneity by the separation insurance index, which I'm plotting on the x-axis, and look at treatment effects on the labor market outcomes, you can see in the left panel that all of the movement, all of the treatment effect comes from women with relatively low levels of insurance at baseline. And that's similarly the case for the long-term employment plans. We think and we see that this group sort of increases their work hours by 6.5% if we're doing a median split of the sample. In the paper, we have an extension of our model, and we think this is sort of roughly consistent with the low insurance group having more demand to fill additional insurance, and therefore moving both on the financial and the labor market channel. All right. Let me talk a little bit about mechanisms before concluding. Yeah, sorry, Jess.
Do you look at all at heterogeneity by the experience to friends who have divorced? So
Yes.
I'm still trying to wrap my mind around why a relatively short video
Yeah.
intervention has a bigger effect on people's beliefs than having observed the experiences of their own social network, which presumably, modular the comments earlier, mirror
Yeah.
the national trends in people.
Yeah, so we actually thought that that would matter a lot. It's possible that we're just underpowered. This is a split that we could do, and we asked baseline variables to elicit that. Concretely, we asked them if in the last 10 years they accompanied a person close to them through divorce and some other things. And we don't really find meaningful differences in treatment effect by prior experience. Yeah. That's a good question. From the top of my head, I think it's around 30% that say yes to this question of in the last 10 years. But we should check again. Yeah. Thank you. All right. Let me show you what we can measure in terms of movements of beliefs and attitudes around separation. In the end, we have sort of a bundled treatment that might move many different things. We build a perceived separation likelihood index across this question battery in retirement, where we ask respondents about the probability of living with their current partner and having income from their current partner's pension and savings, contributing to their own household income, both absolute and relative to their own. When we combine these questions into an index, we see that treated women update their beliefs about separation likelihood by 0.13 standard deviations. Another thing that women could learn from the treatment is that the financial consequences of divorce are more impactful than what they thought they were. So we try to get at that by asking them some attitude questions about whether they think the partner specializing in childcare shoulders a financial risk, whether they approve of compensation within a couple, and whether they approve of a savings vehicle that is separate property for the wife, and should insure her in the case of separation. And we also see a movement on this index by 0.4 standard deviations. From the second set of protagonists, these women could also have learned that they should start to have a conversation in their household, and we actually see a lot of movement on these variables. So we see that the treatment group is 20 percentage points more likely to want to talk to their partner after the treatment, and they're less likely to want to discuss this topic with their friends or their colleagues. When we ask them, but this is conditional, so not necessarily causal, conditional on wanting to talk with their partner the topic that they plan to talk about, we see that they want to talk about how their video that they saw relates to their own situation or the situation of their household, rather than the situation of people close to them or society overall. In the follow-up, we do see that these women have followed up on those plans, and about 2/3 of the treatment group have had a conversation with their partner. In terms of how easy it is to have this conversation, we see some evidence that this is not without difficulty and perhaps not the most comfortable topic to raise at home. So we see that the treatment group is more likely to rate how satisfied they are with how this conversation went as neutral. More likely to rate it as neutral rather than satisfied compared to the control group. Yeah.
The control group is having a conversation about like mental health. Or
Correct. Yes. Yeah. Yes.
And this is, and there's different rates of these conversations happening.
Yes. So these are not causal. Sorry, I should be more clear here. These could just reflect compositional differences of on the margin who's more likely to have a conversation, who we moved in the treatment group. We think that they're kind of suggestively showing that this might not be such a comfortable topic. Yeah. But take those with a grain of salt, and I don't want to make any causal claims here. Yes. And we also see that they're a little less likely to rate this conversation as positive and rather use negative or neutral attributes. What happens to relationship stability? Let me just show you that when we ask respondents on a Likert scale how happy they are in their relationship, 80% in the control group say they're either happy or very happy. That doesn't change for the treatment group. We have a relationship satisfaction index where we let respondents rate their relationship on bipolar adjectives. We don't see any movement on that index. And when we ask respondents directly if they actively thought about their own separation, their own divorce, or talked about this topic with anybody, if anything, we actually see that the treatment group is less likely to have actively thought or brought that topic. All right. With that, let me just conclude. So what we try to show here is that making the possibility and consequences of separation relatable increases insurance against the risk of divorce via financial insurance, an increase in financial insurance and a decrease in household specialization. So our treatment group works 2.5% more in terms of work hours. And I think sort of the key contribution that we're trying to make with this paper is we try to show that over-optimistic beliefs about the risk of separation lead to underinsurance through excess household specialization. And we also think this kind of highlights an important role for policies that would facilitate more effective insurance instruments within couples. So for example, Sweden has introduced a few years ago a pension account that spouses can transfer from one to the other, and that sort of remains their own property and doesn't get allocated to the joint marital property. So having easily accessible savings vehicles such like that could help couples specialize as much as they want, but sort of ensure that specialization risk. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Ursina. All right, we will have a 15-minute break, back at 5 for 3 very
Yeah, they did not leave much room.
Where's my best angle?
All right, welcome back, everyone. We are finishing off our day with 3 egg timer presentations, 15 minutes each. We're going to hold questions during the presentation, but fortunately, we have a dinner reception right after where you can ask the presenters all of your questions. So I'm going to hand it over to Rachel, who will tell us about masculinity norms. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So today I'll be presenting a brief overview of joint work with Martina Uccioli on masculinity norms, occupational choice, and reallocation. And I'm going to start with a fact on sectoral reallocation. If we look at employment growth by industry in the past 50 years or so, growth in historically more female jobs has vastly outpaced growth in historically more male jobs. So this plot shows this by splitting industries by their female share in the late 1960s and then plotting cumulative employment growth in those industry groups. And we can see in the yellow and purple lines that industries that started off more female have seen much more employment growth than industries that started off more male. Now, at the same time as this growth in female jobs has occurred, male participation has declined dramatically. So over the same time period, male labor force participation has declined from over 80% in the late 1960s to under 70% today. And this looks at aggregate male labor force participation, but the same is true if we look at prime age men or if we look at the male employment to population ratio. So the question that jumped out at us looking at these two trends was, are they connected? Are some men leaving the labor force because opportunities are moving to female-dominated sectors? So we wanted to check just kind of a basic test, are these two things correlated? And we find that they are when we look across locations and time periods. So this plot shows at the commuting zone decade level a measure of the growth of female-dominated sectors against changes in male employment to population ratios. And these are measured over 10-year periods from 1980 to 2010. And we can see that in commuting zones where female-dominated sectors grew relatively more, male employment fell relatively more. So then the question is, why are these two things connected? Because it's not a priori obvious that they should be. It's possible that female sectors just grew because female labor supply increased, which wouldn't necessarily affect men. Or even if demand is growing in female sectors, men could switch into those sectors. So this leads us to our proposed link between these trends, which relates to gender norms. So here we just split these commuting zones up by whether they're in states with more or less progressive gender norms, as measured in the GSS. And we see here that states with less progressive gender norms in red see a stronger connection between growth of female-dominated sectors and changes in male employment. So this leads us to our key question, why haven't men switched into growing female jobs, and a proposal for a missing link. So I just showed 3 macro facts. First, female jobs are growing, much more so than male jobs. This is an ongoing trend, but it continues into the present day with the large growth in sectors like healthcare. And at the same time, male employment and participation has declined. We find that these two trends are correlated, and they're more correlated in more gender conservative locations. So here we're going to propose a missing link, a reason why men haven't moved into these female-dominated sectors, and that's masculinity norms and how they relate to occupation choice. So I'm just going to go into a brief aside before I get into what exactly I do. What are masculinity norms? So typically in research on gender norms, and especially in large-scale US data sets that have measures of gender norms, we look at things that measure appropriate conduct for women. So we'll look for agreement with statements like, a preschool child is likely to suffer if his or her mother works. So this is what's appropriate for women to do, and specifically these questions often look at mothers. So we're going to define masculinity norms as something slightly different, following ongoing work by DeHaas and co-authors as the informal rules that guide and constrain men's behaviors by shaping beliefs about appropriate conduct for men. So rather than what's appropriate for women, we're looking at what's appropriate for men. Sometimes those will overlap directly, and sometimes they'll be more separate. So we'll measure agreement with statements like men should be aggressive and competitive to get ahead, but also with statements more directly relating to work, like there is some work that is men's and some that is women's, and they should not be doing each other's. And we're particularly interested in how these masculinity norms might constrain men's job choices. So specifically in this paper, motivated by these macro facts, we'll ask whether masculinity norms act as a friction in occupation choice. And in the micro data, we'll attack this from two angles. First, in observational data, we'll ask whether gender norms affect responses to a layoff. So when men are laid off, do their gender norms affect how quickly they return to employment and what sort of sectors and occupations they move into? Then, in ongoing work, which is currently in the pilot stage, so we're very, very open to feedback on everything, we ask directly if masculinity norms affect occupation choice by eliciting these masculinity norms and having some information treatments on them, and also estimating the willingness to pay to be in different occupations. So I'll first go into the observational evidence on response to layoffs. Here we'll be using the PSID, and we use pretty standard layoff event studies here where we compare individuals that were laid off to individuals that were never laid off. We have individual year and age fixed effects with no other controls, and we use Callaway-Santana estimators. I won't get into the details of the estimation because this is only a 15-minute talk. But the key difference here is that we're going to estimate these separately on what we call gender traditional and gender progressive men. And I wanted to get into a little bit of detail about how we measure these norms in the PSID because there are some important constraints. First of all, the questions about norms are not going to be about masculinity norms. They'll be these more standard gender norms I talked about earlier that are typically questions about women's behavior. Second, in the PSID, these are in the caregiver supplement, so they're typically asked to mothers. So we'll assign the norms of mothers to the fathers in the family. So we very rarely have norm estimates for the man. So relating this to our question on masculinity norms affecting men's behavior, we'll rely on two assumptions. One, that these more general gender norms are correlated with masculinity norms, which has been found in other research on masculinity norms, and that there's assortative matching on these gender norms, but it still will be a noisy measure of men's norms. Then we're going to look at two outcomes. One, are men employed or unemployed or out of the labor force following a layoff? Second, are they in what we call a female industry or occupation? So these are going to be industries and occupations above a certain threshold of female shares, which is the top tercile of female shares in 2005. So first, just looking at employment responses. Here, these look like pretty standard layoff event studies. The layoff occurs between year 0 and -2, which is the point before it. So employment falls after a layoff, as we always see in these, and then recovers gradually but doesn't ever reach its level before the initial layoff. And we see here when we split these by gender traditional men in red and gender progressive men in blue, that these progressive men recover slightly faster. They return to employment a little bit quicker after this layoff, and then these two kind of converge when we go a little bit further in time. And again, these are very noisy measures of norms, and it's a fairly small sample once we limit to people who were laid off and have a norms measure. So there's a lot of noise in these, not super significant, but we're also looking at the NLSY to kind of expand our analysis here. Then we want to understand if these men recover employment faster by moving into these growing female-dominated industries and occupations. So first we just look at, do you move into a female industry? And we see in blue that progressive men are more likely to be in a female-dominated industry after a layoff. So it seems that when they lose their job, they're more likely to move into a female industry, but gender traditional men are no more likely to be in a female-dominated industry after this layoff. And the same is true for occupations. So we take this as suggestive evidence that these more progressive men are recovering their employment more quickly by moving into these growing female-dominated jobs. But as I mentioned at the beginning, there's some important caveats to this. One, these aren't masculinity norms. They're these broader measures of gender norms. And two, we can't really get a causal effect of gender norms here. These might be associated with a lot of different things, which is why we move to our survey experiment, where we're going to directly ask if masculinity norms affect the willingness to pay to be in a gender-conforming job. So we have two versions of the survey, one in the US and one in the UK. In the US, we're using Prolific. We're currently piloting it. In the UK, this is going to be in the Understanding Society survey in the innovation panel. So this is sort of like the PSID in the UK. It's a long-running panel, but they have a module where researchers can submit questions. So we'll actually be able to link people to a longer panel there. And we have three main objectives in this survey. First, we want to measure and potentially experimentally change masculinity norms. To do this, we're going to elicit masculinity norms by asking for agreement with a number of statements on masculinity. Most of these are taken from prior research measuring these norms, but we're going to add some new statements that specifically relate to job choice. Then we're also going to have an information treatment in an attempt to de-bias beliefs about other people's masculinity norms, relying on the idea that there's some pluralistic ignorance here. So people aren't necessarily well informed about other people's agreement with these masculinity norms. And I'm going to present some pilot results here. This is from a pilot of about 200 people, so they're all quite noisy, so don't take them as final results, just as suggestive of what we will be able to show and hopefully a taste of future results in the next couple of months. So first, looking at these masculinity statements, these lines just show the percent of respondents that agree with each statement. So things like, it is important for a man to take risks, or men should act strong even if they feel scared. And the important thing to note just on these averages is that for most of these statements, a non-trivial percent of respondents are agreeing with them. So these are giving us some sort of measure that differs across individuals of norms. It's not that no one ever agrees with these statements, even though they are, in a lot of cases, fairly, one might say, extreme. And if you include the full statement, they're a little bit more extreme at times. Now, when we ask people what percent of people of their gender and education level they expect to agree with these statements, and for each respondent, we'll only ask them about one statement. We don't do that across all statements. We see that these expected agreement levels are much higher. So, for example, if we look at it's important for a man to take risks, about 30% of people agree with that, but they expect that over 50% of people agree with that statement. So this suggests to us that there is scope for a de-biasing intervention. There's also a wide dispersion in these expected percent agreements, so this tells us that there's also potential for treatment effect heterogeneity here if we give people information on these true agreement rates. Okay, so next, in the survey, we want to compute the willingness to pay among men to avoid a gender non-conforming occupation. So here we're going to do a hypothetical job choice exercise where people choose between different jobs where we hypothetically offer free training and a guaranteed job at a given salary in different gendered occupations. So we use prior research and some side surveys to pick some occupations that vary in their gender perception. So do people see this as a feminine job or a masculine job? And then we add this training component because we know a lot of these people are already in a specific occupation, so just asking you to switch into a new one with no training would be somewhat unrealistic. So again, I'll show some pilot results, very noisy, but suggestive. So here I'm going to look at the willingness to pay to avoid a feminine occupation relative to a gender-neutral occupation among men. Here, the feminine occupations are going to be nurse and teacher, and the gender-neutral occupation is loan officer. And one thing we're very open to suggestions on is which occupations we actually do, because which occupations we choose is going to be important for this. So men on average have a willingness to pay of about $7,000 to avoid these female occupations relative to this gender-neutral occupation. So the wage in the female occupations would have to be $7,000 higher for them to be indifferent. And if we split this by men who score lower and higher on this masculinity scale, we find that more masculine men have a higher willingness to pay to avoid these feminine occupations. Right now, these are very noisy, but we take this as suggestive that there's potentially something going on here. So one concern with this design is that people already have skill investments in given occupations, so we might be partially picking up on the fact that men have already invested skills in certain types of jobs, and these female jobs are more distant from their current jobs. So we attempt to separate that out by having another module where we try to get respondents to separate their occupation preferences from their existing human capital by having them rank recommended occupations for their child. So we think of this as a situation where their children or a hypothetical child that they may care about is still in school, hasn't made as many human capital investments yet, so we can maybe get at more of these norms rather than just do they already have human capital investments in these different occupations. So again, I'll show some very noisy pilot results here. So here I'm going to show willingness to pays to avoid a female occupation, but I'm going to show them in percentage points of future growth instead of in wages, because our wage data is a little noisy right now for these, but you can think of them as similar. If it's positive, that means we want to avoid the female occupation. We would prefer the gender-neutral occupation. So we can see that respondents, on average, are willing to pay more to avoid the feminine occupations for their sons. Here, the occupations are going to be nurse and speech therapist compared to doctor or lawyer. So we're willing to pay more to avoid them for sons than daughters. Interestingly, if we split this by women and men respondents, women are actually willing to pay more to avoid these occupations for their sons than men are. But if we split up men by more and less masculine, again, the more masculine men are willing to pay more to avoid these feminine occupations for their son. So in my remaining seconds, I will wrap up. In this paper, we ask if masculinity norms are a friction to occupation choice. We show in the macro data that there's been sectoral reallocation towards female jobs and decreasing male employment. These are correlated more in more gender conservative areas. In the micro observational data, after a layoff, progressive men's employment recovers faster via switching to feminine industries and occupations. We also show in the paper that children of traditional mothers are more likely to choose gender stereotypical jobs. And then the experiment, we hope to show eventually that stronger masculinity norms are associated with or cause in the more experimental setting some willingness to pay to avoid a feminine occupation for oneself and some willingness to pay to avoid a feminine occupation for one's son. So, thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Rachel. Let's see. Actually, do you know his name?
Hello, my name is Bob Rijkers.
Oh, there we go.
I'm very excited to be here today, so thanks for including us in the program. And I'm going to present a paper on child penalties, which is joint work with Jessica Brocco, who's in the audience, Eve Frood, Florencia Pinto, and Michele Valzecchi. And the motivation for this work is that, as we all know, child penalties are extremely prevalent and widely documented, but there's comparatively less evidence on how they emerge within organizations. So a lot of work shows that mothers adjust labor supply and may switch employers, but they may arise even for women who remain full-time employed with the same employer. Through different mechanisms, it's possible that the tasks they perform change. It is possible that their output is impacted by parenthood. It's also possible that they choose different work arrangements and different career trajectories. And so what we're going to do in this paper is use unusually detailed administrative data from my employer, the World Bank Group, to shed light on some of these mechanisms. And in particular, I hope that by the end I've convinced you that there is evidence of a within organization trade-off between between flexibility and career advancement. And in fact, women sort into jobs that are less conducive to promotions, but more compatible with caregiving responsibilities. So let me preview the main findings. Like in many other instances, we find that there's a child penalty for mothers, but none for fathers. This penalty is an advancement penalty. It arises almost entirely because women get passed over for promotions. it's small relative to other settings. It's roughly 3.1% in total across the first 6 years after childbirth. And we also are going to show, and this is perhaps more novel, is that after childbirth, mothers take on fewer leadership responsibilities. They're less likely to initiate development projects. They're less likely to supervise external consultants, and they reduce their travel much more sharply than men do. But if we look at the quality of realized output, in fact, we find no evidence of significant deterioration therein. So it seems that responsibilities shift more than performance. And then third, and I'm going to show you that mothers' career mobility slows down, and increasingly they sort away from jobs where promotions are very prevalent into jobs where home-based work is more prevalent and traveling is less frequent. So I'm going to focus on the World Bank Group. It's a global employer. For those of you who don't know, it's the largest multilateral development lenders. And most of our financing is provided through projects, and that's a very important component of our work. Of course, also it's advantageous that we have standardized grades, pay, and a common promotion system. And in fact, earnings can rise basically through two channels. One is every year all of us get a performance rating, and based on that rating, which is varies from 1 to 5, like you get a salary increase that's permanent. And secondly, in some years, some of us get promoted to higher grades. There's almost no part-time work, and there's no compensation for overtime, so we don't have to worry that the changes in earnings we're going to document reflect changes in hours worked. So then we're going to put together like extremely rich administrative records for a 36-year period, and we observe sort of the job people work in, how much they earn, like what ratings they get for a subset of this period each year, their family structure that we use sort of to deduce information on whether they have a child or not. And perhaps more novel, we're going to also link these data to project outcomes. So we know what projects staff are managing, and then whether those projects eventually are successful or whether they incur delays. For people who work in research, we're also going to look at, like, do they produce working papers? How often are those working papers downloaded? How much do people travel? Where do they travel to? And for the last 10 years, we can also see, do they work from home? Yes or no? And so we're going to focus on staff based in headquarters who we can observe both before and after childbirth. And what's also important is that the World Bank Group is explicitly committed to gender equity. And in fact, in the paper we show that there's very little evidence of sort of differential evaluation based on observable performance by managers. So we don't have to be concerned here that sort of discrimination or the preference of the employer are a big generation of the gender gaps I'm going to document. So the methodology we use is extremely standard. We're going to use an event study around the birth of the first children that we're going to estimate separately for fathers and mothers, using as a control group people who will eventually become parents, so that identification comes solely from variation in the timing of the birth of the first children. And we're going to scale outcomes by their sort of pre-birth mean, and express them in percentage changes to facilitate interpretation. I should also say that we find very little evidence of differential treatment, attrition of parents versus non-parents based on observables. So our first main finding is that, like in many other organizations, there is a child penalty at the World Bank for mothers. So this event study shows you the evolution of parents' earnings after they have their first child, in blue for men and in orange for women. And clearly, there's no impact for fathers, but women's earnings seem to decline. And on average, this is a reduction of 3.1% in the first 6 years after first having a child. So how is this penalty generated? Well, remember that earnings can increase in two ways. One is promotions, the other is sort of your annual pay increases. In fact, it seems that most of the action is coming through promotions. So this graph shows you the evolution of grade progression, so again, using the same framework that we use to look at earnings. And you see that men's grade progression, so men's promotions, are not impacted, whereas women seem to suffer quite a big promotion penalty. In fact, if you look year by year, their likelihood of getting promoted drops by more than 50%, and after 6 years, they're roughly a quarter of a grade behind men. Behind women who haven't had a child yet. Then if we look at performance ratings, we see that there is a penalty in terms of annual performance ratings, both for men and women. But actually for women, these ratings recover after about 4 years, whereas for men, they don't. So, whatever penalty there is, we have to be a bit careful here because they're clearly pre-trend, so let's perhaps not put too much weight on these results. But it seems unlikely that these performance ratings can explain this gap that we see between men and women. So what do women do after they first have a child? Well, if we look at sort of the responsibilities they take on, and we look at whether or not they initiate a development project, and that's a big deal at the World Bank, right? So, and it's also something that's highly costly. It takes a lot of time. You have to interact with client governments. You have to convince internal management that sort of this is a good idea. Then you have to meet all sorts of safeguards. It generates a lot of visibility. It's highly valued in terms of your career progression, but it's extremely time intensive and can be a bit stressful. And you see that women do much less of this after childbirth, whereas if anything, for men, the likelihood of bringing a project to the board seems to go up. Similarly, if we look at another leadership responsibility, notably managing external consultants, we also see that women do less of this after childbirth, whereas for men, if anything, the opposite pattern prevails. But does this impact does motherhood or parenthood impact the quality of realized output? Well, it's hard to say, but the few proxies we have for this suggest that the answer is no. So if we look at project outcome ratings, so are these projects that women manage, are they eventually successful? We see little evidence of a significant impact or significant decline in the success rate of these projects. We also don't find any impacts on delays. When we look at research productivity, we don't find any impact on either the number of new working papers produced or research impact as proxy by the downloads of those working papers shown on the right-hand side. So it really seems that sort of the tasks that parents undertake shift, but we don't find sort of any strong evidence of impacts on quality. We do see, however, that women in particular, but all parents, start to work very differently. So World Bank jobs tend to be extraordinarily travel intensive. The average staff member spends more than a month a year traveling. And you see that sort of after getting a child, both fathers and mothers reduce their travel, but women do so much more than men. In fact, women reduce their travel by roughly more than 2 weeks, men by roughly one week on average. They also simultaneously shift towards working more from home, but that shift is not sort of statistically significant. And so that brings me sort of to the third and final finding, is that as sort of family demands increase, we see that both fathers and mothers sort out of promotion-intensive jobs. So these are jobs sort of where the rate at which we're promoted tends to be above the median. And this shift, again, is sharper for mothers than it is for fathers. So where do they sort to? Well, towards jobs that offer more flexibility. So mothers in particular are more likely to sort into jobs that are amenable to being performed from home. They also sort out of jobs that are highly travel intensive. And these happen to be sort of the jobs where child penalties are comparatively low. So this evidence is very much consistent with a within organization trade-off between advancement and flexibility. So to summarize, so I hope I've convinced you that sort of, at least at the World Bank, the motherhood penalty is primarily a career progression penalty. So women seem to get promoted at a much slower rate. The tasks they take on and how they work also seems to change, and in particular, women are less likely to undertake leadership responsibilities that tend to be quite visible than men. So for men, actually, there's no change in the leadership responsibilities they perform. Both men and women reduce travel, but women do so at a much higher rate than men. At the same time, we don't detect any evidence that the quality of the outputs that they continue to produce is meaningfully impacted by parenthood. And then third, we show evidence that's consistent with sort of sorting into jobs that are more compatible with caregiving, but this comes at the expense of slower career advancement. So that's it.
All right, thank you so much, Bob. Our last presentation of the day will be by Ilaria, who is going to tell us about the congestion child penalty.
I really have to lower the mic. All right. Okay. Hello, everyone. Thanks for being here, and thanks to the organizers for including us in the program. I'm Ilaria. This paper is a joint work with my colleague Karen Horn, who is with me at UMass Boston and is also here in the audience. In the paper, we study the role of remote work in attenuating the negative effect of congestion of mothers' labor force participation, a phenomenon that for brevity we refer to as the congestion child penalty. So it is well known that after its secular increase during the 20th century, the labor force participation of women really plateaued, at least since the 1990s. And as this happened in spite of continuous improvements in women's productivity-related characteristics, the recent literature increasingly shifted its focus towards an analysis of the possibly persistent constraints which might be affecting women's labor supply. Part of this literature focused in particular on mobility constraints and on how they can exacerbate work-family trade-offs. It's been found, in fact, that women have little willingness or ability to commute compared to men. Upon having children, women decrease their commute, and they also decrease their travel, as we just learned. Commuting times also have been found to cause declines in women's labor force participation, especially when children are present. And in fact, because of long commutes, so long commutes are part of the reasons why in some countries the labor force participation of mothers is lower in big cities than in smaller towns. So in our paper, we build upon this literature and we add a couple of things. So first, we document that the effect of congestion on women's labor force participation rate is highly heterogeneous and, in fact, totally concentrated on women with lower levels of education. For mothers without a college degree, we do find that a 10% increase in the city-level average commuting time, which is approximately 2.7 minutes, can lead to up to 1.8 percentage point decline in the probability that these women are in the workforce. While for college graduate mothers, we find no statistically or economically significant effect, either at the intensive or at the extensive margin. And second, we do provide some descriptive evidence that differences across these two groups in access to remote work can contribute to explain these results. In fact, consistent with what others have found, we also document that remote work tends to be mostly available to college graduate women and to their partners, most of whom are themselves college graduates. For men in particular, we note using time use data that remote work is associated with an increase in the amount of time that these men spend in caregiving and housework within their families. And remote work also explains why college graduate men do spend more time in these activities compared to men without a college degree. So it's possible that access to remote work for these individuals somehow contributes to slack mobility constraints for their female partners. For college graduate women, we also find that they tend to substitute remote for in-person work disproportionately when they live in areas where commuting times are especially long and hence mobility constraints might become binding. So in this sense, we aim to contribute to the literature, to both the literature on commuting times and women's labor supply and to the growing literature studying the really multifaceted effects of flexible work arrangements on women's socioeconomic outcomes. To give you a sense of what we're talking about, in this slide I'm showing the trends between 2005 and 2019 in the labor force participation rate of women who are between 18 and 54 years old in metropolitan areas characterized by low commuting times, so at least 2 minutes below the city level average, and in cities characterized by high commuting times. So as we can see, obviously, the probability that mothers are in the workforce is lower than the probability that women without kids are in the workforce, but the gap between these two groups of women is substantially higher in metropolitan areas characterized by high levels of congestion. So to quantify the relationship between congestion and mothers' labor force participation rate, we use data from the ACS, the American Community Survey, and the American Time Use Survey between 2005 and 2019. Again, we focus on women who are 18 to 54 years old, who are not enrolled in school or college, and who cohabit with male partners. We estimate a simple linear probability model in which the outcome variable is a dummy that indicates whether a mother participates in the workforce, and the main explanatory variable of interest is the log of the average commuting time calculated among employed men who commute by car in the metropolitan area in which the woman resides in a certain year. To try and attenuate, to the extent possible, biases due to omitted variables and selection, we control for a large number of characteristics of women, of their partners, and of the metropolitan areas, in addition to region and year fixed effects. And in an attempt to capture possibly long-term patterns in selection of different types of women in different types of cities, we also control for the characteristics of women who lived in a certain MSA in 1990. To possibly attenuate biases due to measurement error and reverse causality, we instrument the commuting time using the length of railways as of 1898 and the planned length of highways as of 1947 from Duranton and Turner's 2010 paper. The results for mothers without a college degree show that a 10% increase in the average commuting time per MSA is associated with a decline in the probability that these women are in the labor force by 0.4 to 1.8 percentage points, depending on the estimation method that we use. When we perform the same estimation for for mothers with a college degree, we really find that there is no relationship between congestion and the probability that they are in the workforce. We run a series of robustness checks to reduce concerns that these results are driven by selection biases. And for college graduate women, we also exclude that there is an effect possibly at the intensive margin. In one robustness check that I want to mention, we also include controls for childcare prices, also in an IV setting, to exclude the possibility that these results are driven by the possibly asymmetric impact of lack of affordable childcare services. So as I mentioned at the beginning, the main contribution of our work is really to show that these results can be related to remote work. So why so? Because obviously commuting times represent a time cost that workers are not necessarily compensated for, and as such, they decrease the marginal value of every work hour, at the margin driving some workers out of the labor force. Now, the workers who are mostly affected by this are those whose marginal utility of working is very low, possibly because their housework and caregiving time is very valuable or difficult to substitute for. And also workers are only affected by this trade-off between commuting and being in the labor force if they cannot avoid commuting at all. So remote work can attenuate the negative effects of commuting times through two channels. First, if male partners with access to remote work use this flexibility in their jobs to provide housework and care to their families, they might somehow contribute to attenuate their partner's mobility constraints. And also, if women themselves obviously have access to remote work, they might potentially just escape commuting entirely. So using mostly time use data, we provide descriptive evidence that both channels might rationalize the findings that we have. So here I'm showing differences between partners of college and non-college graduate women in different measures of remote work use and access that we construct using ACS and time use data. So the first two columns show that partners of 43% of partners of college graduate women are employed in occupations with a high incidence of remote work, while only 22% of partners of women without a college degree are in these occupations. Also, 30% of partners of women with a college degree declare to have worked remotely at least half an hour in the previous day based on time use data. They have worked remotely around 21% of their work time. 15% of them has worked fully remotely in the previous work day. Now, these results are relevant because in the paper, as I mentioned, we also show that men who do work remotely are providing typically more caregiving and housework to their families. Remote work explains at least 25% of the gap between college and non-college graduate men in the amount of time devoted to care and housework. So based on these facts, it is then not surprising that when we estimate the congestion child penalty for non-college graduate women, splitting the sample based on whether their partners have access to remote work or not, we find that most of the effect is really concentrated on women whose partners do not have a chance to work remotely. Now, clearly, there is selection, right, of people that we want to be in couples with, but at the same time, something we want to stress is that, to the very least, the men who are partners to these women might have some occupations to select into, right, some flexibility to choose. One thing that is also interesting that we find is that the availability of remote work is really the unique characteristic of partners' occupations that drives some level of heterogeneity in this congestion child penalty. For college graduate women, instead, we still find that the relation between congestion and their labor supply is basically zero. So why so? Well, again, here I'm showing differences between college and non-college women in access and use of remote work, and similarly to what we observe for their male partners, also college graduate women are substantially more likely to be in occupations that provide remote work, and also to use remote work at the intensive margin. Interestingly, however, the gaps between college and non-college graduate women in access and use of remote work are not homogeneous across geographies, but actually are much larger in areas where commuting times are especially long. So here in this figure, I am showing the gap between college and non-college graduate women in the probability of being employed in a high remote work occupation, in low congestion metropolitan areas and in high congestion metropolitan areas. So as we can see here, in high congestion metropolitan areas, women tend to be more likely employed in flexible occupations. These differences in the occupational distribution of women across occupations reflect into differences in the use of remote work at the extensive margin. In fact, we see that in highly congested metropolitan areas, the gap between college and non-college women in the probability of having worked remotely at least 1/2 an hour in the previous day is higher than elsewhere. And more or less the difference between the two figures really reflect the differences in the occupational distribution. Now, these differences are also larger at the intensive margin. So here, when we look at the gap between college and non-college women in the share of work hours worked remotely in the previous day, we see that the two are very similar in low congestion metropolitan areas, while the gap is around 7.5 percentage points in metropolitan areas characterized by long commuting times. So these results suggest that women who do have the possibility to do so increasingly rely on remote work when commuting times might make mobility constraints particularly binding. This is in fact also reflected in the last finding here, where we see that the probability of working remotely fully or having worked remotely fully in the previous workday is identical between college and non-college women in low congestion metropolitan areas, where there is a 5 percentage point gap in high congestion metropolitan areas only. Time use data also show, we show in the paper using time use data that college graduate women do seem to use this flexibility in high congestion metropolitan areas to provide care to their household members as a secondary activity. So to conclude, in our paper, we do provide some evidence that congestion and long commutes worsen mothers' mobility constraints. For college graduate women, however, access to remote work seems to attenuate the negative effects of congestion, as these women are somehow able to substitute remote for in-person work when commuting time might make their trade-offs particularly problematic. For non-college graduate women, however, who are typically represented in inflexible jobs that often require in-person interaction, congestion and long commutes really represent a time cost that might drive some of these women out of the workforce. So this clearly leads to other questions, some of which we are addressing in separate ongoing work, regarding, for example, the possibility that policies that ease commuting, maybe through improving public transit, can be effective at fostering the labor supply of women who would not have many options to work remotely. So this is all I have, so thank you.
Okay, great, thank you.